King Rrq. King Rrq. Are we good? Who's ready for some action today? Yes, today is the day. We finally beat Prx. Yeah, boy. How are we doing? Gak ada thumbnail, Hari ini gak ada thumbnail. Gak ada thumbnail, gak ada ganti judul. Hari ini kepentingannya sulit ya. Hari ini nggak ada ganti thumbnail bro, tidak ada ganti thumbnail. So we stick to this thumbnail until the end. Kecuali ada yang donate 20 juta. Kalau ada yang donate 20 juta, jebret ganti thumbnail son, gue ganti. 20 juta gue ganti thumbnailnya. Gak cinta Rrq berarti. Gue cinta Rrq tapi gue kayaknya lebih cinta uang. Gak ada gestar lagi son. Si Koape udah sibuk lah, namanya juga bos anjir. Kalau tiap hari dia bisa streaming udah laku gue ntar. Thumbnailnya mana Jen? Gak ada thumbnail udah gue bilang. What the hell bro? Ngat deh. Bentar ya. Gila hari ini sih panas parah sih. Harus gue akuin sih. Panas banget anjing. Tangerang Selatan, hello. Global warming. Buset. Panas banget najis. Gila banget sumpah. Jesus Christ bro. Fucking hot. Gue nontonin podcast lu dulu sih grow up banget sih. Hah? What do you mean? I'll be there no. Tenang guys. Seperti yang Kojon bilang, kereta itu bakal berhenti juga ketika mereka ada stasiun. Hari ini stasiun itu bro. Cucu! You guys gonna stop Cause it's Rrq station. Next stop Rrq station. Next stop Rrq station. Please mind the platform gap. Ya, udah ya main kereta-keretaannya udah ya. Mamonaku, Rrq, final station, Rrq. Udah ya, pokoknya Rrq yang asli hari ini mau serius. Kemarin emang gini loh, kan kemarin gue udah bilang, udah adik Prx turun, adik Prx yang sikat-sikatin yang bawah, abang Rrq sikatin yang atas ya kan. Nah ini waktunya, apa namanya, sekarang kita pengen nyapa gitu loh. Makanya kemarin tuh kita kalah lawan Genji, men. Sebenarnya kalau kita mau menang itu bisa banget, cuman kayak kita pengen, yuklah kita uji lah nih sebelum mereka ke Toronto gitu loh. Sekuat apa sih, makanya kita turun. Penyuluhan kita tuh istilahnya belusukan ke bawah lah. Istilahnya kita belusukan, kita kan humble. Ya, kita belusukan ke bawah, menyapa yang datang dari lower bracket. Kita sidak. Jadi kita sidak. Kalau kita nantanginnya di grand final itu seolah-olah kayak kita sombong banget, tahu nggak sih, kayak mana lu, gue tungguin. Itu tuh terlalu sombong untuk brandingan Rrq yang humble banget. Udah gue bilang KPI bro, kalau kita menang hari ini kita nggak ada tontonan, ya nggak sih chat? Kalau misalkan kemarin nih menang lawan Genji, kita baru nonton Rrq lagi hari Minggu, KPI itu nggak tembus. Ini purely marketing, ya. This is purely marketing chat. This is purely marketing, oke? Bukan ada urusan kita mau apa segala macem, udah. Kita memang purely marketing, kita mau incer KPI yang banyak. Bentar ya, gue upload story dulu bro, come on man. Abar upload story dulu chat. Gue tuh sampai lupa ini hari Sabtu, sumpah nggak bohong gue. Gue lupa banget ini hari Sabtu. Anjing, ini tuh long weekend ya. Gue tuh lupa, sumpah. Gue lupa ini hari Sabtu. Gue lost track. Rex yang asli mau lewat. Aku lupa hari karena setiap hari adalah hari Rrq. God damn! Damn bro, damn! Damn. Sabar ya. Valorant Champions.
Also, make sure you come by and enjoy that.
Nggak ada rencana main ke Batu, Jen. Kenapa nih? Ini kenapa tiba-tiba gue ditawarin ke Batu gitu tuh? Kenapa tuh? Parah. Abar, gue ambil minum dulu. Tiap nonton Pak AP Watch Party, Rrq kalah mulu. Udah pengalaman berapa kali di game sebelah. Hold on, chat. Kenapa ada Ewok sama
And it's an exciting season for the both of you, especially since Ewok. I mean, Rrq, this is
Mas
the
Benjip,
first-
welcome to the membership.
this
Thank you
first
so
global for
much.
RRQ. It's gotta be so
DC sama Pak AP,
validating
iya ntar dah.
all of these years. I mean, come on. What are you looking forward to?
Ngomong
the
sendiri
most
dulu.
at, your first global event?
Anjing.
Just getting experience, I guess.
Tar dulu,
For
gua
the
tuh
boys,
kalau
but also
DC,
the goal's always been to qualify
gak bisa
and also
bacot.
do well.
Karena gue bakal
So
ganggu
that's the
streamer
goal.
lain, tau nggak?
Of course, people tend to forget
Karena
also
gua
our
orangnya
team
teriak-teriak,
technically
anjing.
quite new. Like, we had very little time
Nanti
with
kalau
the
menang
new
baru gue
IGL.
masuk Discord sama
So
Pak AP.
there's some growing pains and we're still learning a lot. So today playing a BO5 is great experience for us as well. We want to be playing in that BO5 tomorrow as well to get as much experience as possible. Just play as much.
Thumbnail, enggak.
For sure.
Hari ini
And
nggak ada
of
thumbnail,
course,
chat.
You're up against Rrq and
Chat.
Alex.
Hari ini
the
nggak ada thumbnail,
paper
please.
Rrq Press has, you know, slowed down
CEO
and started
Prx
up
kena
again.
ternyata
Everybody's
Crazy
been
Rich.
saying
Nah,
it,
lu baru
right?
tahu?
Everybody's like, been
Enggak,
saying
ini
that,
kenapa ada statement itu ya? Gue juga
you're on
penasaran
hype
nih.
train now.
Gue
Were you
penasaran
worried
kenapa
at all
kenapa
at any
statement
point
itu
to
keluar
hear
dari
that,
lu.
like, slow down?
Of course I'm worried. We started 0-3, man. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it. Like honestly, like the FM game was incredibly hard. You know, and after that it was just GG, and we had time. We had one win, you know, so like we could settle down a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Try to play.
Of
Kenapa
course,
tuh?
with
Kenapa
the
sampai
addition of
statement itu
admin,
keluar dari
I saw
mulut
this
lu? Gue udah
meme
penasaran itu.
recently of like, you know that meme where you were holding like Jing and Jason
Yeah.
on the leash.
Kayaknya
Now
semua
it's Pac-Man
CEO
holding
esports tuh Crazy Rich deh, guys.
holding the four of them on the leashes.
Itu kayaknya salah satu
Is that a representation of how dynamic it is?
kualifikasi untuk punya tim esports yang
I guess 'cause
sukses.
the voice comms, it shows
Lu harus
that,
Crazy
I think-
Rich.
I think they're doing a good job of holding their own leash right now. They're holding each other now, you know.
Tapi pertanyaan yang
The
bagus
little
sih,
Mary band.
hoodie-nya Alex ini tuh dicuci nggak ya?
He mentioned also
Soalnya
a lot about
kayaknya
the
setiap
imposter
kali dia
syndrome.
pakai
Do you think
ini
that's
dah.
gone by now?
I think
Itu
it's a
actually good
personality
question sih.
for a while,
Dicuci
you know.
nggak ya?
It'll take a while more. I think he took a while to fit in the team. I think anyone in his position, you know, I would say that like it's very difficult, right? You come straight in and then suddenly you're like, hey, you need to play because we're 0-3. We need to figure it out. And then he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it'll take a while, but I think he's fixing it slowly.
Yeah.
Emang
Yeah.
X-Force
On the other
sukses.
side, though, do
Kan-
you think Monyet's gonna wreck you guys?
Itu maksud
today?
gue, itu
No,
maksud
I mean,
gue
I'm a
loh.
big fan of Chai. I mean,
Itu loh maksud
I think
gue.
one good thing about having Chai in the team is like these kind of games, you know, he starts strong because he is so energetic, you know, and I miss that.
At
kind
this
of-
point gue convince kalau ini udah bukan hoodie lagi
Last
sih. Ini
year was
emang
very
kulitnya
good
Alex
start,
tuh
you know,
ini.
always good starts because of Chai.
At this point
Yeah,
gue percaya
definitely.
kalau
I mean,
ini
we
sebenarnya
forget
Alex
that,
nggak
like,
pernah pakai baju.
iconic raw
Emang
that you
kulitnya
get,
warna
right?
biru dan
And you walk-
kayak
you know,
begini
talking
aja.
about some of the new players that you have, of course.
Anjing nggak pernah lepas dari
You're
hoodie
actually
itu
so good at
semenjak
building
beberapa hari
hype
terakhir,
around
tau
the
nggak sih?
players that you pick. 'Cause I remember back in Ascension, you were like, oh, there's this one guy. I can't wait for you guys to find out who he is. And then in the content piece timeout,
Udah
you
makan
mentioned,
belum,
like,
Son?
oh,
Udah!
this IGL,
Udah,
can't
udah
say
kenyang
yes.
banget gua,
IGL
parah.
is, like, the best in Pacific,
Ganti
I think.
thumbnail
And
harus
now, of
donate
course,
berapa,
because
Jin?
that's Crazy Guy.
20
What was it
juta
about him that you said,
buat ganti
that's him,
thumbnail
that's my
klinik.
IGL, that's the one?
20 juta.
Well, to be honest, there's not that many options, but it's also he was just a really good fit, right? If you look at all
20
the
juta.
other teams, it's not the easiest thing to pick up a IGL, especially at short notice. So for us, it was just
20
someone
juta
that,
baru
okay,
gua
it
mau
fit well
ganti.
for us. It worked well. The boys instantly said after a couple of days of trial, like, yeah, we like playing with him.
Ganti thumbnail 20 juta. Sorry banget, hari ini udah long weekend soalnya peak season nih. Kalau peak season harga naik.
Yeah,
Ya,
and it
sorry
seems to be a
banget,
very
sorry
exciting
banget.
trip. It seems to be working well for you guys.
Sorry banget.
And of course, the RRQ experience I think wouldn't be complete without
Plus
his
jersey
experience as well
Prx.
going up against
Gas!
Genji.
20 juta ganti
always seems to
thumbnail
happen.
gue pakai
I'm
jersey
wondering actually,
Prx.
is it frustrating for you? Is it funny to you? I mean, why
Judul
are you guys
stream
so
gua
obsessed
ganti.
with each other?
Gue ajak trip off-road Jen kalau main ke Batu. Serius nggak? Serius nggak? Add gue di Instagram.
That's probably the only thing that's different this time around.
We
but
collab.
We're still really disappointed with how we played yesterday. So, like in the past, we've always had a lot of really close series with them. We've beat them in the past as well. But yesterday, I can't really say it was close. We played poorly.
Yeah, but of course, as you mentioned, today is a new day. You guys up against each other. This doesn't happen too often, actually. We don't get to see an RQ and Paper X match a lot. So what was it like? You know, what was going through your minds when you knew that you were going to play against each other?
I mean, I wasn't thinking about it.
Jen ditonton Pak Ape Jen.
You were
Just trying to get past DRX.
FIFA RRQ.
Last time we played is,
Wuh. Berapapun uangnya gue nggak akan pakai jersey Prx guys. Anjing,
no,
lu
you
mau
guys
bayar
made
gue
comeback.
100 juta,
Yeah, I think
200
what,
juta,
13,
gue nggak akan pakai jersey
Yeah.
Peprex.
OTs.
Yeah.
Nggak akan.
Yeah,
Very nice game.
and of course, like it's
not
definitely
gonna
something
happen,
that the fans
boys.
are looking forward to.
Berapapun
Especially
harganya.
You have a lot of fans, Alex, out there, especially one very special.
Berapapun
one, FNS,
harganya,
who has
gue nggak
been
akan pakai
leading-
jersey
who-
Peprex.
Along with like Stiggy, he's been leading that the Paper X Express. I wanted to
500
know
juta
actually,
boleh sih.
Ewok, if you could say something to kind of win FNS over
500 juta
to
boleh.
RRQ, what could
Aku
you
sih yes
possibly
kalau
say?
500 juta, sorry banget, sumpah nggak
To be
bohong.
honest, we've got
I
our
need
own
the
guy
money.
that's named David. We've got
I
a
need
real
those
David
money.
in our team.
You
Kalau
actually
500
have a
juta,
David.
1 M boleh lah.
David, so it might be time
I
to
need
get,
those money.
you know,
1 M,
upgrade
gas.
the real one, you know?
Gas, gas, gas.
A real David. Right?
Gas. Kalau
I mean,
itu,
I'd say that's
gua
a-
kena
that's a
SP1
pretty good
menurut
pitch.
gua
That is a
worth
pretty
it.
good pitch. And Ewok, previously back in Ascent,
Kami butuh
you were
Mourinho
on
Team
the
Talk.
analyst desk yourself. I'm wondering,
Sabar,
what's
jangan
your
dipaksain hal-hal kayak gitu tuh
assessment
mesti
of
spontan
our
uhuy,
coaches
tau gak sih?
turned analysts so far?
Hal-hal
And
kayak gitu mesti spontan
Brandon
uhuy.
as well. You know,
Aman
the two guys
aja.
who were here previously.
I think we got to work together.
IG gue Ruben Arya, ya lu DM gue aja bro. Ntar kalau gue ke Malang ada event lagi, ntar kita IRL ke di Batu tuh ada sinyal kan, off-road gitu ada sinyal nggak? Kalau ada ya bisa kita atur lah.
When something's really bad, then they call it out. But it's also there's no point on hating on someone, but there's always space for critique, and that's the job.
500 juta, apakah kamu Surya
Serious
insomnia?
answer. This is your chance to actually flame them.
But it's
No,
worth it,
before
you
we-
know.
before we
It's
let you go,
worth it.
anything you
It's
guys
super
wanna say to
worth
each
it.
other?
we talk outside the desk.
Not really, absolutely no. We want you to say it here, right in front of everybody. No, we're
Not
gonna
much to say.
we're gonna let you guys go.
Batu
Obviously, you
kotak,
have a
kocak
big day
bukan
to prepare for,
pedalaman.
so thank you very much
Kontol.
for joining
Dia
us
ngajaknya
here, and
off-road,
we're gonna let you
anjing.
go,
Mana gue
and so
tahu.
that we can talk about you guys a little bit more.
Gue tahu
Of
Batu,
course,
bokap gue orang
everybody,
Malang, gue juga
as
tahu
well as
anjing.
Alex and Ewok,
Cuman kan kalau
will
off-road
join
gue
the
nggak tahu
broadcast.
ada
Be a
sinyal
part
apa
of the
enggak.
broadcast by using the
Kan ngajaknya kan
hashtag
off-road.
VCT Pacific
Judulnya aja udah
Moments.
off-road.
And we have a few that we are bringing up over here, and lo and behold, it is Alex and Victoria, as well
Lihat,
as Sliggy
orang-orang
and
ini.
Minnie.
Look at these
some of
people,
those
yo.
who are
Look
on
at these
the Paper
people.
Rex train as well. Help Minnie add coal.
Look at these people, yo.
Minnie, I hope you're okay there with your new
They
job,
know
adding
they're
coal
gonna
to
be
this
done
train.
today.
He looks pretty happy doing it.
Today is the
So I
final
should
stop
say, we're
for
gonna welcome
RR
back the,
for Peprex train. Today is the
people
final
that
stop
will be
for
downgraded.
Peprex train, okay? Final station, last station, RRQ.
How-
Please mind the platform gap. Typo. Soalnya dua-duanya ada rex-rexnya ngentot.
I mean, you know, you are now blessed with a headset that was, you know, on Ewok's head not too long ago. So
500.000 satu shot tequila lucu gak sih guys?
Wow, 100.000 dari FN1, pesan,
Semangat ya,
semangat ya RRQ di grup stage Toronto.
I don't think they're gonna share anything. I think they're playing it cool.
Kemarin lu
Because,
ngata-ngatain
you know, these
Peprex.
two teams are
Sekarang
friendly with each other as
lu
well.
kayak
It's like
begini.
the Southeast Asia
Lihat.
vibe too. So I
Bro,
really think, like, there's something
fans
good
Peprex
vibes
tuh
over
semuanya
here. It's more
karbit
like
ya? Hah?
recollecting their previous mistakes from yesterday,
Apakah
like
semua
alongside
fans Peprex
RRQ,
itu karbit?
Paper Rex are really just, you know,
Kayak
riding this
kemarin
wave for as long
fans
as they can,
Peprex
so they have to
ngata-ngatain
regroup,
Peprex.
of course,
Sekarang
also
begitu
going
kayak
into
begini,
Yeah, they have so
Hah?
much momentum. They have
ngata-ngatain
completed
tim
the
lain
lower
kayak,
bracket run through
bro,
Toronto, but one win today gets them into
God
that
damn, bro.
final. This is the lower final.
Setara
The winner of
Madrid
this
kah
will want to
fansnya?
play Genji tomorrow to take the whole stage.
Yeah, and two very different momentums coming into this game for RRQ. A very disappointing game against Genji, a team that they have played close many times in the
Karbit kah?
past, but they really were not that competitive in that series yesterday. I feel like that must have been a bit of a disappointment.
Glory
for them.
Hunter,
But overall,
bro.
the side of PRX,
God
exactly
damn.
like you said, I think 5 series in
And
a row now.
Peprex is
More and more
winning.
momentum just keeps
I will
picking up
pray
for
honest to
PRX,
God that
and
you
they've
lose
already got themselves
all
that
those
spot
money
in
you bet.
Toronto, so that's a guaranteed train stop, but can they win the whole thing?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question, of course, to reserve for later weeks. But for now, we are seeing RRQ led by their very own David, as we heard earlier from Ewok. But I think for RRQ, you know, they've always been in the middle of the pack.
Kayak
And
fans
we're getting
Inter.
a very
Bro,
different
fans
kind of
Inter
RRQ
is
now,
one
especially
of the
since
most
with
loyal
Crazy
fan
Guy
base
joining
in the
There's
world.
new fire,
Look
there's
how
a new
shit
kind of
we
direction for
are
them as
for
well,
the
especially
past
also you have
10
Robert
years,
Lewandowski.
bro.
I mean, this
And
is the
yet
first time
we
they've
are
really
still
started to
there.
break out of that shell. They are pushing to be in their first
Hah?
ever Pacific final.
Really,
This is
500
better
shot-shotan
than
kah?
we've
500
ever seen
satu
them
shot
do,
buat
but
lu,
I
Pen.
don't think they'll be happy to stop
Bro,
here. Sure, Toronto is a
Internazionale
brilliant,
del
brilliant
Ultras
start, but this is a team that
is
really
the most
believes they can
loyal
go
fan
all
base
the
in
way,
the
so
world,
why
bro.
stop now?
Look how
Yeah, I'm
shit
hoping
we
so.
are, yet we are
For
still there.
RRQ, You know, there's just certain
God
teams
damn,
that they
bro.
don't particularly match up well against. And
Caster
a lot
Vs
of
ini
the
pada
other
vote
Korean
Prx
teams,
karena
like
lagi menang
they have
terus
a
ya.
tough
Pada
time
ya
against
itulah
Noxian,
ketika lu
most of the
cuman
time they
ngelihat
play them, tough
hasil
time against
tanpa
Gen G.
ngelihat
But against PRX, this is not
gameplay
really
ya
a
kayak
team that
gitu
they
lah.
play
Enggak, gue
very much.
bercanda.
They've played each other like
Gue bercanda
once
ya,
a
gue
year,
bercanda.
and this is the first time this year they've completely avoided each other thus far. So I'm interested to see how they match
Come
up
on,
into
man.
PRX,
We have our
actually.
own
Yes, the
Russian
annual
tank.
PRX and RRQ match.
Once a year. We're
Once
done
a
after this. You'll
year.
never see it again.
But I think for the players, of course, they are familiar with each other's styles, and it's always so fun to play for two SEA teams to play against each other because you do have that same style that Paper X has
Info
really
harga
taken to
ganti
another
thumbnail,
level,
20
and
juta.
RRQ kind of have
20
also
juta
that,
gue
but
ganti
with a
thumbnailnya.
different flavor.
Yeah,
Oke.
I think this is
20 juta gue
I'm
ganti
so happy
thumbnailnya.
we see PRX return to their old style, and I do think
Wow,
RRQ
100.000
see that as well.
dari
It's
Epen1,
very
pesan,
SEA, it's
yo
very
setback.
in-your-face, it's very fast. And as you just said, Pilski, I think RRQ struggle when the game gets
Kayaknya lagi
broken
cair
down,
nih
is
Epen nih.
slower and is disciplined.
Ini Epen
I think
kayaknya lagi
RRQ
cair dah,
want to
sumpah.
use their individuals in the
Lagi
same way
cair nih.
PRX do. So today I will be
Lagi
expecting
cair
a
ini
very
kawan gue, lagi
close,
cair ini.
very scrappy, very headshot and flick heavy map.
Lagi cair kawan gue.
Exciting series on our hands if that is the case, and we'll get a whole best of 5 to decide who's going to take that next spot against Gen G in the grand final. But you can see it right there. 3 wins, 0 losses.
Lagi cair
Some
dia.
very,
Yakin
very
banget
difficult
gua.
teams that PRX has had to take on through the lower bracket. So they're
Ngaku lu
gonna have
sama
full
gua.
confidence going into RRQ today.
Of course.
500.000 satu shot nih mumpung ada nih. Reposado.
For Pacific because RQ and Paper X, as you mentioned, this has happened quite a lot. And this is the first time we also have two Southeast Asia teams in the lower final.
Yeah, I mean, this
Gue
is
lagi
a
pengen cemilan dah. Cemilan apa ya yang enak ya?
Very historic day for RRQ as we can see here.
Cemilan apa yang enak? Guys.
7th, 6th kind of region, and
Middle of the pack.
this is the first time we are really seeing them do something different, and this is what we hope.
Hari ini adu lebih klinik Vines apa thumbnail lu itu, Jen? Kita lihat ya. Feeling gue punya feeling kuat banget RRQ menang. Sumpah nggak bohong. Kemarin kalah, cuman gue nggak ngerasa kemarin kalah terus kayak jadinya hari ini kalah, tau nggak? Gue ngerasa, gue nggak tahu kenapa ya. Feeling gue tuh lagi seminggu kebelakangan ini dalam kehidupan gue, feeling gue tuh lagi bener terus. Gue udah feeling kemarin kalah jujur. Jujur. Kok apa? Gue jujur banget. Gue feeling banget kemarin kalah. Pokoknya di seminggu kebelakang ini, gue nggak tahu kenapa hidup gue tuh lagi ngikutin feeling banget. Dan feeling gue nggak pernah salah. Seminggu ini. Dan ingat minggu ini belum selesai. Jadi feeling gue RRQ menang. Sumpah. Feeling gue kuat
Wow,
banget.
500.000 dari Epen1, pesan, ya udah satu.
This clutch from Jing at 8-11. If they lose this round, they have to eco the next round. This is map 3. The chances are they don't even make it to the playoffs if Jing doesn't come up with absolute heroics here. This is where the train left the station, if you ask me. This is the moment things really began to turn around for this Paper Rex team, but it just goes to show you how good they really can be on their day.
I mean, even yesterday there was multiple clutches like that Lotus game, Patman with a clutch or two, Defy with a clutch or two. You're seeing these individual players come up huge for Paper X in the key moments, and that is the big stage experience that these players have.
Yeah, I totally agree. With Paper Rex revitalized, so to say, this new iteration is very, very exciting to watch, especially since in previous years, maybe you had a Paper X that might crumble under pressure, but now they're seeing that they can actually take it head on. I mean, in Champions 2023, that was a big talking point about all of that pressure. But now, this Paper X shows that perhaps they're a bit more stable. And of course, you have new additions to the roster. You have Patman on the side of Paper X, and you have Crazy Guy on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, we'll touch on Crazy Guy a little bit more in a second, but Patman, I particularly want.
Yeah, boy.
Bro, di siang bolong itu maksud gue loh, makanya harganya gope anjing. Buat lu, Pen.
fair bit of ceiling, even with Australia's departure, and even Australia on DRX has been one of the weaker fraggers, so I don't think he's really contributed as much to the fragging department for Rrq as Crazy Guy is coming into this team. I think he has a little bit more of a ceiling, a little bit more mechanics, and he can definitely deliver some fragging impact on the IGL role for Rrq.
Yeah, and something to bring up, Alex mentioned earlier about how Padman is really kind of rounding
3
up the
detik
roster
berapa
very
donat?
well.
Nyet,
They're kind of all
kontol.
holding
Ini
hands very
tequila,
equally, so it's
anjing.
nice to see how he's fitting in.
Nggak ada
especially since,
detik-detikan kalau
back
tequila.
in
Nggak,
the local
nggak.
PH Challengers, he was known as Mr. Consistency.
No.
Every single time, you could
No.
always count on him, especially when
Nggak ada
he's
detik-detikan
holding,
kalau tequila,
such,
bro.
like mid of the map or
Yeah.
something, or he's
Mohon maaf
always
banget ini.
that guy who you can
Mati
depend on
anjing
to
kalau
actually
detik-detikan tequila.
turn the round in his team's favor. Right
Masa
now,
ini
we're
masih
at
siang
the
bolong,
map
bro?
beater, and of course, this is a best of 5, so this is going to be very
Ini
interesting.
masih
First
siang
best of
bolong.
5 that we've seen. No surprises on the ban from Paper Rex. They've been banning Haven since it hasn't gone well for them in the group stage. But over on the side of Rrq, their respect ban on a Lotus that actually hasn't been too bad for them, honestly, with their new comp.
I think it's a very interesting ban for me in a best of 5 because
God.
they were happy to play Lotus yesterday against Gen G.
yeah.
And so I feel like if you're willing to ban Lotus, why would you not ban that against Gen G? But they've taken it out of the pool today, and we are seeing them pick Fracture, which is equally kind of confusing for me.
I wonder if the Gen G game has kind of knocked their confidence on the map a little
Lihat,
bit because they were
lihat.
quite happy to play
Gue
against,
feeling banget
against a
kita
lot of
menang.
teams. But
Sumpah, gue
as
kuat
you
banget
mentioned,
feelingnya, men.
Fracture will be the first
Feeling
map
gue kita
picked by
menang, sumpah.
Rrq here. In the past, in kickoff, it's been picked by PRX. PRX more recently,
Parah
though,
nggak balas
it's been
chatnya
the whole
Pape. Apa
something
sih?
narrative of him playing the Brimstone.
Segitu ini bos gue ya?
Also on the side of
Chat apa sih?
Rrq, worth mentioning, Jemkin is going to be on the Brimstone. So you do have multiple players who love playing the Jet, who love fragging out and have some great mechanics, playing that Brim, and it is a little bit easier for them to pick up in that controller role.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a targeted pick from Rrq based on the weaknesses that they saw in PRX's
Pape
Fracture,
minta DC,
especially the
nggak mau.
first time we saw them play it, which was against the Vice. We know
Bercanda.
Rrq like to
Boleh
run the
nggak
Vice,
map
so I
2
think
aja?
Rrq will kind of
Yeah,
feel like
map
they have
1 gue
the
lagi
counter
pengen
there
sendiri.
with their composition.
Map
But
2
I'm very
gimana?
curious, if I'm
Map
Paper
1
Rex
gue
right
lagi
now,
pengen
I'm happy
sendiri,
with
men.
how
Gue
this
lagi
best
pengen
of 5
farming
goes
dulu.
on.
Well, let's make the fans even happier by sending it to the stage. It is our lower final,
Map
Rrq
2.
versus Paper Rex for VZD Pacific Stage 1.
Bayangin lu karyawan mana yang berani menolak perintah dari CEO, cok. Lu bayangin streamer mana yang disuruh sama CEO-nya nggak antar aja. Hah? Cuman gua, cok, yang berani. Nggak ada streamer lain. Rio Jaya tiba-tiba disuruh sama Nikhil atau Matt. Ayo kita streaming bareng, pasti kayak, ah baik pak. Cuman gua yang berani menolak. Apa sih? Apa? Balas chat kok apa sih? Cuman gua, cok.
Ntar dulu. 2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
Layar lu nggak full screen ya, sabar. Oke, chat.
It's the battle of the very best from Southeast Asia, Rrq and Paper Rex. And Rrq
God.
is their most
Nggak enak
successful
banget cuma
Pacific
minum
stage
tequila
to date.
siang-siang tuh.
This team's persistence
Siang-siang
has
tuh
paid
waktunya
off
bir
finally in qualifying to Masters
atau
Toronto,
highball.
what has all the hard hard work steal them against the likes of Paper Rex? Does the power of friendship pull through this specific stage?
We want to see them have a good game here. They
Disgusting,
cannot
anjing,
afford to
tequila
get
pakai
knocked out in the
siang-siang,
lower
sumpah.
bracket here and not go into Toronto with any momentum. They want to prove that they just have a rough matchup against Gen G, but they're still one of the most dangerous teams in Pacific.
Oh, definitely.
Lagu
but they have
kebangsaan
to
ya, lagu
prepare for
kebangsaan,
an
lagu
equally
kebangsaan.
dangerous one in Paper Rex. And this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in
rusak lagu ini speaker gua. Negeriku yang ku cinta, Indonesia Raya, merdeka. Come on. Aduh. Abar, emang nggak fist bump tadi? Nggak fist bump, lucu dong. Mana gue mau lihat.
we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the stage.
There's so much speed, guys. It's insane. No, they were just talking to each other on the couch. What happened backstage? It's all jokes.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway. I couldn't believe it.
I'm a little bit more convinced by PRX. I feel like
Okay,
they
welcome
have
to the
that
membership.
momentum
Thank you
and
so
they beat
much.
PRX pretty
Dots
handily.
in
Is
the
it the
chat,
hero
y'all.
thing again? Is it the protagonist thing again?
This is what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonists of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think Rrq were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday. I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today and get rolled over by PRX. They want to show that that was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell
Tama
when they
Prime,
lost
welcome
to
to
Gen
the
G how much it
membership.
meant to
Dots
them.
in the chat,
Looking
y'all, for
at the
Tama
agent
Prime.
comps here, though, Rrq going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time, though, PRX is going to be aware of what went wrong in that game and hopefully play this comp a little bit better into the Vice comp that Rrq will be bringing.
Yeah,
Wingstop
absolutely. I feel
setuju
like
nggak,
you learn
Chat?
a lot more from your
Chat,
losses than your
Wingstop
wins.
setuju
So
nggak?
that first game
Setuju
where
ya,
we saw there's
Wingstop ya.
something on the Brimstone, of course he didn't have a good time, but he bounced back strong, and I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what Rrq have.
I think Kushi's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the
Wow,
other was quite
100.000
key over on
dari
the side of
F1.
T1 against the way that
Lihat ada pengkhianat negara, Chat. Lihat ada pengkhianat negara. Perkara uang dia nggak nasionalis, jing. Gila banget, tau nggak sih? Cuman gara-gara uang, FN1 mengkhianati Indonesia. L for FN1, yo. L for FN1. Kecewa banget. L for FN1.
Over to Fracture and send it over to your casters, Quack
Don't
and
ask
Komodo.
what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Thank you very much. You heard it right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilski, and they are absolutely right. In Southeast Asia, every road, every track does kind of lead up to Paper.X.
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some derailment come in towards today's games from Rrq? If you do think about it as well, it is technically still a battle of the Rexes in this one. Paper.X, Rex, Rigum, Keon will follow on with that one, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see Rrq fall over like they did yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one, but you also do just have to remember the pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see who is going to get a battle against Gen G to potentially take the Pacific trophy.
Watch this.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're
We'll
just thinking
drink
about
the tears of Paper.X fanboys and
So we'll
fangirls.
see. How
Today,
things are going to
we
start
drink
here
the tears
on map number 1 in this
of
best
the
of 5.
Paper.X fanboys and
Paper.X opting to start
fangirls.
on the
Watch
attackers
this, chat.
side here.
All right.
And it is good to see as well, you know, a bit of a bounce back for somebody like Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just to get an idea.
Watch this, chat.
Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves.
Today,
a big
we drink
amount
the
of players,
tears
though, here
of
for
Paper.X
Rrq.
players.
challenging.
Ah,
Straight
shit.
up sliding out though, but Divine gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered though. Something low. Crazy guy gone. Divine as well. Look at this, he's just already out for the gates. He's on for the ace here.
And that's just a bit of temperament coming through as well. But Xpero up from the back will be able to land at least the first shot still though. With a full fire team in front inside of A main, it's not gonna be easy. Certainly as soon as he peeks out, it's the ace for Divine just to kick things off.
Well, if you want to get a good start coming in towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles,
Strat
right?
saving.
To highlight
Strat saving,
the old
strat saving.
Afro's flash that
Strat
we've
saving,
seen
chat.
be a bit of a problem.
Strat saving.
Switching
Ingat,
things up,
terakhir
Divine
kita ketemu
out for the
Paper.X.
Sheriff, ace
Monyet
in the
ace
pistol
dan
rounds,
kita
coming out
kalah.
with confidence. Definitely agree with what
Ingat,
the deskers were
ini
saying a little bit
persis
earlier as well,
kejadiannya.
where
Kayak
Rrq
kita
are
terakhir
most
ketemu
likely gonna
Paper.X.
be playing quite differently
Monyet
to the likes
ace,
of T1
pistol round,
that
dan kita kalah.
absolutely smashed Paper.X on this map.
Remember.
You would imagine hopefully trying to study things up from that one before.
Remember,
but
remember.
Currently off just meeting each other
This
with huge clash outside
will
of
just
main,
confirm
does
my
not really
feeling.
inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time, though, Paper.X with the buys up now into the B site.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. Again, you're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can come out with. Divine carrying on with a pistol, though.
Starts off with
Sini.
at least one.
Kenapa ya
Taking
gue
a look at
yain
the
ya
positions
tequila
as well.
satu
You
shot
got
itu ya
tower
goblok
control
banget
as
dah.
well as tree.
Gak enak
A
anjing
little
perut gue
trade
bangke.
over with Patman.
Sumpah perut gue gak enak banget anjing.
But not too much loss. They have a really good idea of
Kenapa
where
Davai nggak
RrQ
pakai
are,
Vice lagi
and
sih?
they're keeping them suppressed.
Kenapa dia nggak pakai
thanks to
Vice aja?
these
Kenapa dia pakai
smokes
Killjoy?
from, Ilya, from
Kenapa
Something.
sih Paper.X ganti-ganti roster? Kenapa sih Paper.X ganti-ganti agent?
Jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes. Then you can just hopefully have some
Emang
yeehaw action.
bukannya
get
udah di
shots out.
agent lock gitu ya selama satu season lu nggak boleh pakai agent lain selain yang lu udah pakai ya? Kan harusnya udah agent lock.
Yeah, full
Nggak boleh
info. Just
tau.
trying to make it as clean as possible. Not losing this Guardian at all. Not missing a single beat.
Nggak boleh, nggak boleh.
First round started with
Itu
an
ada
ace.
di
The
rulebook lu
second
kalau udah
round
pakai
ends
Vice
with a
Deflector lu
quad
harus
from
pakai Vice
Forsaken.
Deflector sepanjang
Everybody kind of,
season.
you know, we want to see them all firing on all cylinders, right? We want to make sure that there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right, on Paper.X that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already. But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards Rrq, get their first gun round out as well. Where you'll start
Watch
to
this, Chat.
have to
Watch
consider
this, watch
too,
this.
a map like Fracture.
Watch this, watch
and the
this.
ace for Divide, right? How are you going to start to counter a lockdown when that comes, you know, maybe even possibly this round, who knows? 3 away from
Tapi
it there.
menurut gue ya, kalau
Especially when
boleh
you're
nih.
starting on a defense as well.
Tolong banget
Currently,
nih
though,
Kope.
it's just Xpero on the B site.
Tolong banget.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, Paper.X. An idea that when you're in towards tower, you're not seeing him there, you just put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Device Lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved though. There's an opportunity here for Rrq to get this flank happening, but Xpero's already lost his life.
Alarm bot as well, and you're not seeing too much action closer towards Canteen or anything like that, so enough information for
What the
Paper.X
fuck
to
is going
shore
on
up
with my
around
team,
Tree.
lads?
Yeah, but you are locked out of the site at the moment.
The fuck is
Just
this
kind of
shit?
Holding off of it. Something's already spent all of his smokes. Rrq just waiting for him to pop
Cek
off.
dong,
But now
kontol.
Something's still marking every exit. Out from tunnel, out from the back of
What
bench.
the fuck
He
are we
finds the
doing?
double. Just Tree left and Paper.X. Soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of Rrq retaking.
Not at all in this scenario. You want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't you? A couple of good shots out from Jemkin at the end, and Crazy Guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the PaperX members, they're not going to be in for a defuse in this round. So PaperX will claim the bonus here.
That said,
not bad,
with all
not
those
bad.
kills getting picked up as well, Komodo, you've got
Hey,
Jemkin
not
now
bad.
3 points away from the orbital strike.
Hey,
Crazy
not
Guy
bad.
2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards
Hey,
the lockdown
not
at the
bad.
moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to
Not
feel
bad,
for
not
Cushy
bad,
in that
eh?
moment in time.
Not
Bailed
bad,
out
not
by the
bad.
Boombot coming his
Actually,
way.
not
Jim's
bad.
little piece of utility there. Working a treat. Had that
Actually,
not
not
happened,
bad.
maybe you see a world
Keep
where he
doing that,
dispatches
PaperX,
Something
and
they
we'll
can
win the
actually
whole
start to
series.
Formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have to have a little bit more awareness for Xfero. He wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is very familiar with, though. So Forsaken as well, they've
Baru tahu
marked it.
gua.
Yeah, generally
Bisa
you'll
ya
see
kayak
a
gitu ya?
raised satchel up on top of that and try
Sumpah,
to peek
jujur
over
gua
the
baru tahu
smoke
loh bisa
grab.
kayak
We've
gitu.
seen some players already having some success.
Anjing, gua
some
baru tahu.
non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty, and
Baru tahu gue bisa
we'll
naik
see
ke
what
atas kotak
damage
itu anjing.
Rrq want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least kind of position
Nggak
themselves
ditemenin ya,
around
Iko, anjing, mau
spawn,
gimana,
around
Cok?
Canteen. Look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's
Gila,
pretty
ini
much written off. And at
fanboy
the same time,
PaperX
you
baru
consider
pada
how
keluar
this
ya.
round started off, Komodo.
Lu pada baru
Monyet used to
nyolok
play
keyboard
with
lagi apa gimana sih, Nyet?
Monyet is the guy who kind of came in
Ini fans
place
PaperX
of
baru
Jing.
keluar gua
So,
semua, Cok.
it's gonna be the
Sumpah,
fights
nggak
that pop
bohong.
off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice share shot being found by
This is
Cushy,
not
but
bad,
that
this is
will
not
be
bad.
it.
Feeling
Just
gua masih
Crazy
kuat
Guy
banget,
left
sumpah.
with the classic, possibly to dive at a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available.
Kemarin
to
sibuk
help
hina-hina
set up for his
PaperX
teammates to get a
soalnya.
kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to, you know, somebody on PaperX getting his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting
Gue
their
percaya
ults
ini masih
online
menang, sumpah.
either, which is what Forsaken will have now
Karena-
coming into this
karena-
next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though.
Ya ini udah nice try sih, mau
Keep
gimana
that
lagi anjing orang
for
sendirian
when
ya.
they might need a bit of a investment or so, but the way things are going at the moment for PaperX quite swimmingly, right?
Okay,
4
okay.
rounds
Menang,
in a
menang,
row, very
Nah, ini
stark
maksud
difference
gua.
to how Rrq
Selesai,
started their
selesai.
game against DRX on this
Selesai.
map earlier
Ewok
on
udah ngomong,
in the
guys,
season
guys,
as
listen,
well, right?
listen,
That
listen,
upper
listen,
final,
listen.
that
I know
aim to get in
exactly how
towards
to win
Toronto,
against this
the
team.
13-11
You'll
that
see
DRX
Pogba.
scraped by on. Ultimately losing
has
it out
the
and then
skill
ultimately losing against
to make a great
PaperX
pass
as
here.
well, right? They
So I want you
bow out,
to
not
guard
able to
the
get
space.
through towards the
Do
international
not
stage.
let Pogba
Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of our
the long
though,
ball pass.
you know, everyone
He
kinda
has the
delivering
skill
what they needed to, a bit of a slower
to
start
do
from Monyet
a
on that
beautiful
one.
pass
This
here.
time,
I can
though,
see
ultimately,
Pogba
Quack,
doing
it's
that.
a very slow
So I
start
want to
for
guard
all of
the space.
RRQ at the moment. Some
Do
great
not
little
let
fast
Pogba
ideas
do
to
a
come through
beautiful
from
pass
PaperX.
here. He
W
has
Gaming
the
at its
capacity
finest in
to
all
do
of
that.
these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned. And that's exactly what the desk was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning that you learn the most from your losses. And I think the one against T1 definitely felt quite a bit for PaperX. So you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for PaperX, right? The fact that they're changing up their agents midway through the season. Genji and Boom, they're playing on the Teo Vice. Things aren't working well for them. They swap it over.
Baru
Put a comp
join
against
langsung
T1,
bahas Pogba.
write that one off in the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right? We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think that Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just watching for info lines around A main. However, PaperX Intertree, you already have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
Anjing, nyelip di sini, Cok. Nggak ada yang tahu ini.
Because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
Right,
Good
no
timing on the
chance.
Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off over
something
from
nyelip,
drop.
Cok.
The
Nggak ada yang
headshot
tahu,
angle, it
anjing.
favors Cushy instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for
Cheaternya
RrQ
mati, cheaternya mati,
to
cheaternya
solve
mati.
the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through
Cheaternya
the
mati,
ropes.
cheaternya mati.
Maybe a bit more presence, might be able to catch a player off guard or two.
This is going to be super slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have
Nice.
to take his time.
Ah.
His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're
Nice.
doing just that.
Ah.
Monyet then pops off.
Udah ya,
finds
main
another
kereta-keretanya
shot.
udah
Jemkin
ya.
takes down another player, and all of a
Udah
sudden,
ya, main
it's just
kereta-keretanya udah
Jing
ya.
inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He
Udah
dives
ya
straight
main
into it,
kereta-keretaannya,
but
udah
the
ya.
forces proved too
Udah
overwhelming.
ya main
Yeah,
kereta-keretaannya
respect's
ya.
given to the lockdown in the beginning, but when you start to get in,
Udah
still
ya
start to be
main
collected by RrQ,
kereta-keretaannya
quite
ya,
patient
see?
on the retake as
If I
well.
told
It's good
you
to see that they are on
Pogba
the
can
board.
make a
Back with
beautiful
timeout
pass here,
coming
you have to
through
guard the
too, right?
space.
So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here.
Udah ya main kereta-keretaannya ya, udah maghrib
RrQ
waktunya
holding on to a
pulang.
little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the
Udah.
site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
Udah ya main kereta-keretaannya
I
ya.
reckon it works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of
Ngentot punya 3
scenario too, you
ultimate lagi.
can rely on these ultimates on this defensive
Anjing,
side.
mereka
When you
punya 3 ulti
consider
udah pasti
a map like
dipakai
Fracture,
ini
you
biar
generally
menang.
wanna take some space
Terus
somewhere
RrQ
around
Iko
one of
lagi,
the four corners of
kontol
the
kalah
map.
1 round lagi,
I
kalah
say
2.
generally, this time RrQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if Paper X are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Selesai sih ini.
You would
Ini
generally
selesai
see,
sih anjing nih kalau kayak gini caranya nih.
Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the showstopper if you want to get really excited.
Kontol.
Right?
Just let PaperX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from
Wah,
PaperX,
berharap ada
recognizing
yang
that the
tembus.
Armageddon is in effect. As soon as they see the the fault line, they know that ult's coming.
And that's now been completely
Aduh.
baited out.
Yeah.
The only other tools you might have
Berharap
left would be the
kejebak sama
orbital strike and
wallnya
maybe the rolling
Vice.
thunder from Crazy Guy.
Terus
And the initiative right now from
kena
RrQ
stun.
realizing that they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're
That
going
could be an
together
alter too.
as a
Kecepatan sih
team in
menurut
towards
gua.
main. There's the showstopper that I
Pinter,
talked about.
pinter.
They're going to say
RrQ tahu mereka punya 3 ulti bagus, side-nya dikosongin, main
Which
retake.
would mean that
Okay.
PaperX does need to find a little bit more, an extra kill or two before the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's
Yeah,
holding
long
up into this
dulu,
position.
guys.
The pink
Sabar.
shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space. RrQ
Chess.
though will be happy to push
Apaan
out.
sih?
Flushed out of position, that's it.
Terus kenapa
And
nggak
it's
minta
going
flash,
to hurt
Chess?
him somewhat. The firefight going through, Monyet finding a frag with
Terus
the
kenapa
up,
nggak
and
minta
this
flash,
range
Chess?
just does not favor him. Forsaken
What the fuck are you
slithers through.
doing?
Another 4K for him on for the ace at the moment, but I don't think
Are you
Jemkin
stupid or
wants
what?
to give him an opportunity for this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
Oh, the stun faded.
Ever since round
What
2,
the
he was
fuck are you
looking for
doing?
it at the end, but you know, Jemkin's still able to hold his ground.
What's the
He
rush?
should be surviving
What's
for
the
the tail end
rush?
of this round as well. That is a
What is
really
the rush,
great
bro?
information play to come out from
Why do you
PaperX. We already
push?
highlighted the utility
Your
early
friends
on
still
in the
have
round
2
that they
flash, bro.
get
Why?
through, and
See?
then taking
Why?
further space
Why?
in towards main as well.
What's the
if
rush?
they played patient,
There
if
are
they played
2
on the
fucking
side
flash,
itself
bro.
and gave RrQ an opportunity to go in for a proper retake, might have been a little bit different when you consider the orbital strike is in play too, so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information. And this time another similar scenario for
I don't
RrQ,
like this,
where
Jet.
they're just a hero rifle in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up nicely.
I don't like this,
I
Chat.
reckon Overdrive coupled with Steel Garden could be
Ingat skenario Jito. Itu
catastrophic.
maksud gua, bro.
Potentially. Kind of feels like the onus
Sorry
is
ya,
on
teman-teman.
RrQ though to have a
Ingat skenario
individual
Jito
moment,
kalah
right,
map
to propel
1.
the team a little bit more
3 map
forward.
langsung
Time and time again, we have seen some teams really turn on that switch after you get one crazy round come
It's
through.
not over until it's
You
over,
really
Chat.
need a catalyst of a round for RrQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them around the B side.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one
Gua lapar
towards
nih.
main,
Sumpah
baiting
gua
out a
lapar
couple of
banget, anjing.
shots as well. But with that not being seen just yet, the team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Cushy at this A site, where the rotations do start to come from RrQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through.
Okay.
Jin already diving up towards the top of
Thrifty
heaven.
coming.
And some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh,
Rolling
trap.
Thunder ripped off, orbital strike as well,
Thrifty
and that
coming.
burns against Petman.
Cek dong, Cah. Cah,
Angle
cek
still being
dong.
helped though. Fast lane's up. It kind of
Cek dong,
keeps him
kok
out
nggak
of dodge
dicek
for
sih?
now until
Wah,
the
gila,
kills
Chess jelek banget.
continue to domino through. Forsaken once again. The triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for PaperX. 20 seconds to go. The spike plant is denied. You get a little bit worried that RrQ might be able to steal a round away, but they do weather it in the end. overlooking an angle, some crossfire sprays coming on out from the bottom of drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round.
Oh, taruh di atas
Yeah, the
lemari
investment
sepatu
of the
aja, Pak.
overdrive at the end, but you just want to make sure that you are getting the rounds. He'll probably have that again in a couple of rounds the way that he is going at the moment. Second
we are
time out
we are
now
overthinking
invested
this
as
shit.
well.
We are overthinking this shit. Play simple Valorant, bro. Just check the angles.
Not going well on this defensive side at the moment.
Why? What
This
the
was
fuck
just
are we
3
doing?
rounds after
Calm
the
your
initial
shit down.
tactical timeout being called.
Calm
It just
your
makes you think
tits
that maybe
down,
something might be in the
yo.
water. You know, everything that was
Yo,
prepped
Mr.
is kind of going
Whites.
awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Right?
Calm
you think about
your
this best of 5
tit.
veto, the Lotus respect ban, it makes
Chill,
sense. Haven being
bitch.
banned by PaperX, sorry,
Oh,
yeah, that
hello.
also makes sense. They've been
Calm
permanent
your
for quite a little
tit,
bit. So you
yo.
consider what map do they think that they can trip up PaperX on, right? What have they been practicing in
What's
the last
the
week,
rush?
sitting back, getting ready, last night as well?
Ugh.
Ran a similar comp to T1.
Yeah,
What's
for sure.
the
To see
rush,
what
yo?
weaknesses PaperX would have. And so far, any anti-stratting on this defensive side with the A main skirmishes is not worked out.
Yeah, and then this is also just because PaperX has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them
Dari kemarin
such a
awareness-nya jelek sih.
psychological boost.
Harus gua akuin dari
This is
kemarin
the right
awareness-nya
read though
jelek
from
banget.
Rrq.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the side smoke.
PaperX though, not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through, and they've spotted out Jenkin up by the top.
Oh, the stuns, man.
We
Look at
always
this.
stuck
Oh, and he
on
uses
the,
that
on
to
the
slide
bad
through
position,
Forsaken and
bro.
slipped underneath tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Comes back through with Jing and
Nice.
some assistance, but then
Stop.
the kills, Monyet and Cushy able to fire back
It's
until
fucking
the
enough.
exchange comes through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially won by PaperX over at Arcade. Now you can settle down for a little bit, see what Devi might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xfero potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or might even have to consider the save for Rrq.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave Rrq a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Devi can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for Rrq to
Jujur
come
gua
in with a retake
mempertanyakan
here.
kenapa pick
You've got to
fracture
consider
sih
the
kita.
investment of the ult as well, but
Kenapa
they're
kita
already
pick
starting
fracture
to rotate back. It seems like the call to the save is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for Rrq, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut PaperX's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of PaperX at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this. The
Kalau
push down
di
into tunnel.
Toronto main kayak gini gimana, Jen? We are fucked! We
Just
are
confidence at the
fucked!
moment for PaperX, right? Forsaken having an absolute
We
belter.
are fucked,
16
but
kills in there. You
in
almost
all
forget
holes,
Batman's
yo.
on 0 still.
We are
No, it
fucked
doesn't matter.
in
It doesn't
all
matter.
holes.
I mean, the guy has been putting up the clutch
Honest to God, if we
Oh,
play
yeah,
like
like
this
what
in
Bill Scoop's
Toronto,
talking
we
about,
are
but
fucked
still.
in all holes.
Next round shores up, and that's going to be PaperX once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment. Try and see what you can get in. Overlooking the angles. Jemkin, well stunned. Finds
Wow,
Forsaken.
111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax. Pesan, kantor bas 99 bis gratis koin Rp100.000 setiap hari menang berapapun pasti dibayar.
Sorry, tadi gue lagi nggak fokus. Sorry, ada yang donate ya? Sorry.
Back in towards the same train here for PaperX.
And need quite a bit more though. Could go for a possible rotation off to the A site, but with that flash over, it kind of stops things once again.
And Cushy pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1. And you play this together if you are Rrq. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though, the navigation that he's going at the moment.
Right.
Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet planted. Crazy Guy beginning to think. He turns back around and he finds Petman. Headshot to his face.
Misil! Misil! Misil dong, Chess!
Might be
Chess,
able to
misil!
Flush him out.
Afford some positioning. But Patman has a full kit of utility as well, barring one flash. Goes in for the fault line and kind of isolates the duel until Jemkin swings out from the wayside.
We are
Nice
fucked.
try there, you know, where Kushi's coming from the
Prepare
direction
your
of the
holes,
salvos, but
Rrq, because
you
we
have an
will
idea
be
that
fucked
Jemkin
if
may
we
very
play
well
like
be
this
with
in
him.
Toronto.
Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, it's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much
Which hole?
standing ground there from
Every
RRQ
hole!
so far.
There's a lot of
Every
trust
single
in the
hole.
stuns. But sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic. New round, fresh round though. See if Rrq can start to get a couple more on the board on this defensive side as well.
Oh, but we do have a huge dive out from Monyet. Just fully met face front by Divide.
Good flash actually in return from PaperX, just allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset here, right? 5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monyet. You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes afoot over towards A main. So just call a mid-round here for the team. You know that Rrq are going to have to go looking somewhere. You can see it all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
You would have, you know, decent positioning out from Rrq now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, PaperX going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Spike planted.
Spike down. You got smokes up towards the side as well, just to attempt at keeping PaperX pinned down.
Got to see a fault line salvos combo if Kushi survived, but he's down.
Yeah, out from the flank, and that's exactly what PaperX are so good at right now, being very fully aware.
Dalam nama Bapa dan Putra dan Roh Kudus, amin. Ya Tuhan, terima kasih atas hari indah yang telah Engkau berikan kepada kami semua. Engkau telah memberkati kami dengan nafas baru di hari yang baru, dan Engkau telah memberikan kami kesempatan untuk berbenah lagi untuk memuja nama-Mu. Ya Tuhan, hari ini tim kebanggaan Indonesia hendak bertanding melawan PaperX. Berkatilah mereka ya Tuhan, berikanlah mereka kekuatan agar mereka bisa memberikan yang terbaik, agar mereka bisa mengharumkan nama Indonesia di panggung internasional ya Tuhan. Bimbinglah mereka agar mereka bisa melakukan perlawanan yang terbaik, memberikan perlawanan yang membuat kami semua tersenyum, agar kita semua bisa membawa harum nama Indonesia ya Tuhan. Doa yang tidak sempurna ini kami panjatkan kepada-Mu ya Tuhan. Berkatilah mereka, bimbinglah mereka, dan sertailah mereka. Amin.
Time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PaperX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A site you might expect. But this is a new look to PaperX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman, Jing, both one away from an ultimate.
Wow, 111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolak.
But that's it, Komodo. Decent reads or reactions from Rrq as well. You got Crazy Guy. Already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xpera.
He's going to come up huge with the goods, though. Single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until the Stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jeffy to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turning into a 2v3. Bot line coming back up. Rolling under grenade from Patman. At default. And Prx noting these positions, noting every resource that they have are just comfortably sitting down in the pool while Rrq attempts at making a splash.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for PaperX, you know, getting smacked by T1, really figuring things out against Boom, and now you're feeling astronomically more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for PaperX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PaperX. Last round of the half, and a split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. Rrq reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armageddon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early to keep them out of the sight. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
I don't know, that's a little bit too eager, Komodo. The flank does come through, but still the trade's being found by PaperX. Jing coming out on top of that one.
The trades again for PaperX, always on top of it. You missed that the spike was planted, and now it's Crazy Guy.
And he's still got Batman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels, but Batman just sends it through anyway. It's not gonna be found. He's stuck into a corner, and Batman snuffs out that light.
There has just been, you know, no power for Rrq at the moment. No chance to flick on that switch, is there? 10-2 at the half. That, yeah, I mean, you really can't even fault Rrq in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. The PaperX are just ready.
Bentar ya guys, ada
Great
urusan.
crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get these quick trades.
And the confidence to truly just blast spec themselves into sights again and again. I mean, lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4 Komodo.
Yeah.
And it's tough luck for Rrq. Patman as well, I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know, he's talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the desk interview went through with, but at the same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. Everybody on the train
Rex
hype at the
yang
moment.
asli yang mana nih lu
pakai
pakai nanya, Pen?
Except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many PaperX fans always, any single time, but at the same time, you've got to be honest, this current scoreline 10-2, it's just not a great look for Rrq.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map, you still have a good
111.111.
can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for. Monyet having pistol aced up against PaperX just a year ago.
Yeah, but immediately,
start things off now, yeah.
Defy coming out with one on the attacking side.
It's a great answer back.
For sure. And what does the look like? What does it look like rather now for Rrq on the attacking side as well? Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. PaperX playing 1-4, more heavily defended towards the B site where Rrq are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PaperX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Only go early though, that's the thing.
Oh. Well, David versus David, and the PaperX one comes out on top.
And now the flank can actually come out because as far as Sheer is null and void.
which means Rrq has to watch out for this back position where Petman then can continue to line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive through, something with the assistance. And down to it at the end, Manya trying his best to get a little bit more space, but to no avail. Forsaken reigns supreme.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin on this map right now. PaperX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them going their way on this map. And Rrq just deficit numbers once again, pushing into the sky smoke, not expecting Divide to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, you know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
But what about the hero Stinger play, Komodo?
I mean, it's had some really good percentages so far, but we've not really seen even the rifles connecting too much at the moment for Rrq, so we'll see, we'll see. Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PaperX in this round. Just slow and steady creep-ups from Rrq.
Not a lot of information from PaperX until that turret goes off. Rotation's coming over.
Yeah, the Stinger as well, so you get an idea there, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that Rrq are trying to go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of time. Ghost shots instead, and he finds a wallbang through the Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Petman to finish things off with the Spectre.
Already tied him up with the Outlaw. Great little adjustment that we get to see from him. Try to wriggle the spray, get that shot out, finish him with the sidearm.
Right, you just knew that they were looking for some kind of a, you know, high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a map from Forsaken, hasn't it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels. 25 kills already.
Is he angry though?
In a map of 15 rounds, Quack, going into the 15th, he's got 25 kills.
Let's go. 30 bomb all the way, Jason. I mean, he just looks so happy. That cheery, bright smile on his face from the player cam before into what could be the final round. A stinger from Davai, shots from Jing. Forsaken again in with the Ghost. Looks for the overdrive, but the paint shells will ultimately be Rrq's doom. 13-2 as the final scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction to come out from PaperX at the moment. It feels like they've just got better and better ever since that game against DFM. They are just on track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like, with this form, that they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Hey.
Yeah, this engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be PaperX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this Rrq core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can forget about a map and look towards Split next to hopefully come out with a better idea of it. But right now, we're just seeing confidence from PaperX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a storm. Everybody feels very aligned on PaperX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. You know, they're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of a masterclass play from PaperX here to counter what Rrq are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
And that's when you have PaperX at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about, when everyone's holding their own leash, right? They don't need to be reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything at the moment right now. Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there. And now we cast our minds towards the next map.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef. You do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if Rrq has that dog in them just as we toss it back over onto the desk.
Ooh, I definitely think Rrq has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PaperX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture, I mean...
Gue kira makanan gue udah nyampe, Cok. Anjing, ternyata belum nggak. First skillnya 1. Satu ngentot. Satu anjing first kill satu. Satu anjing first kill satu. Ngapain ini first kill satu kontol. Boy ini 3. Hey. Tadi ada yang donate apa ya? Lebih semangat lihat makanan daripada Rrq. Nggak salah, kalau itu nggak salah, sumpah. Gue lebih excited nungguin Wingstop gue datang daripada nonton Rrq, jing. Sumpah gue berharap banget, Tuhan, please for this once, please let me get what I want. Please banget kita reverse sweep karena bakal lucu banget. Please, please for this once, God, please reverse sweep because it would be so fucking funny. Please, God, please. Gue gak pernah minta apapun loh. Gue cuma minta ini sekali aja. Please. God. Please. Please for this once. Reverse sweep atau 300%? 300%. Anjir lah, minimal kalau kalah kagak kebantai biar seru. Itu loh. Pasrah sih gue. Gue harus jujur tadi map 1 gue pasrah sih. Sepertinya alkohol agak sedikit menenangkan gue. Jujur karena satu shot tequila tadi kayaknya gue agak menenang. Itu gue agak tenang sih. Ini kayak oke. Reverse sweep atau simpanzini banana nini. Simpanzini bananini. Lihat. Only Jason and Aaron pemain Indo punya mental internasional. Sekarang lu baru ngomong kayak gitu ye, kontol. Sekarang lu baru ngomong. Pas kick off sama stage 1 lu kemana nyet? Kemana? Baru nih keluar omongan-omongan kayak gini nih. Pas kick off kemana tuh statementnya? Herman dah abanda. Bisa-bisanya orang ngomong kayak gitu loh. Heran anjing. Baru keluar nih. Coba kita cek. Kita cek ya. Kita coba cek track record. Ayo kita cek track record chat. Mari kita cek track record. Gue pengen lihat nih orang ngomong apa nih. Mana nih si anjing ini nih. Mari kita cek track record. Terakhir gue ngecek track record orang ya. Aduh, hilang lagi bangsat. Ah, hilang anjing. Gue coba di sini ada nggak ya? Kita cek ya. Minimal dia kalau dia konsisten dengan kata-katanya gue respect lah. Kemarin sih terakhir gue ngecek orang yang ngomong kayak gini tidak konsisten dengan ininya ya. Hilang lagi. Ngechat lagi dong. Ah, ini dia.
They just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if Rrq is playing the long game.
Ntar gue ngambil makanan dulu.
Since, you know, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to a 5. So going over into this next map, as you guys mentioned, Split, this is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here in the best of 5, and both teams...
seeing that map?
Yeah, look, we'll discuss the Rrq
Who is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Maybe. I haven't seen this one in a while. I'll talk about Rrq first, though. You do have the double duelist coming out. They have changed up their comp. They are not playing Breach Teo. It will be the single init fade with the Yoru raise. So very similar to what you'd see something from T1 running, or even similar to a comp that PRX have run not too long ago.
Yeah, for PaperX, we're taking it back in time. It's
seen this before.
Old school double duelist. Yeah. Something on the jet, Jing on the race, and of course we have a Sky in VCT.
We have a Sky.
I mean, this is crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so excited.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second
Wingstop, chat, Wingstop, chat.
So over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilski, yes, it's going to be Split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different battlefield, but we also have a very different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, Rrq actually playing PaperX's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort of reads PaperX are going to be able to get from that. If we've seen this before, we should know how to adjust for that. And yeah, if Sky can get nerfed into Oblivion and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky.
Gue haters Rrq nomor 1, sumpah. Gue tuh nggak peduli lu mau nge-hate PaperX kayak, lu mau nge-hate Boom kayak, lu mau nge-hate Rrq kayak, tapi please konsisten anjing.
On the attack, then being able to smoke things
gue nggak peduli.
straight into the A site.
Tapi yang penting konsisten lah. Agung Yudin, welcome to the... Oh, thank you for the 10 membership, y'all.
This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PaperX member has opted to go out from the ropes. And with perfect crosshair placement as well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. then for more noise as something dashes straight into the smokes. Jemkin then to deal with him. A flash to be able to stave off the PaperX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PaperX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground.
Let's
and
go!
Crazy Guy X-Sparrow as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from Rrq. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well.
We are so back, we are so back, we are so back.
We've not seen stability actually from Rrq on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PaperX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well,
he's back, he's back, he's back!
Shots instead. Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PaperX then to try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of course.
Yeah, just running on this double duelist comp as well for Rrq. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PaperX could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
It's more so that you've got the pistols on PaperX's side. You can just...
Kalau kalian sayap ayam lebih suka bagian pentung atau yang bagian sayapnya?
But
Kan biasa ada dua tuh.
recognizing the situation
Kalian lebih suka yang sayap apa yang pentung?
Hold on to him. Monyet playing around backside alongside Jemkin. That will be a huge crossfire if PaperX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PaperX. See if he can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example, but you don't want to give any more to Mon yet. He's traded guns with teammates to make sure the primary rifle will continue over to the next round. With death, he will collect another ulti orb for the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with Rrq finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That gives you, or gives PaperX, some slight ideas as well. Rrq having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PaperX, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PaperX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well to kick off once against T1 where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the Sky and a double duelist there. Fresh round though, guns on the board for PaperX, an opening battle one against Monyet. And a change of look now for Rrq, losing control of A, so let's spread up mid, let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s, and maybe get towards the site.
Oh my god. I was gonna say, Sky's gonna do a decent job, but this time it's Forsaken doing well as well.
Cheeky angles, there's the
second
spike.
kill, and just like what we saw in Fracture, Rrq kind of lost the plot.
That's just the bonus round.
Gue fokus makan aja udah ini.
The first duel, you run into an angle, you just can't win the duel. 10 players, very, very sharp in this little game we call Valorant. But right now the spike is in firm control of PaperX. It's the controllers of Rrq to see what damage they can get back in return here.
I guess 2v5 going in for the dry-peaked duels inside of Garage, and PaperX just did not let them find any
Minimal kenyang lah ya, itu dia nyet.
Yeah, flawless round to come through from PaperX in that one. This is the big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? Rrq to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the, 14-1 in the previous map. So it feels like little by little Rrq need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan.
Kalau gue chicken wing, gue suka yang bagian sayapnya, bukan yang pentungnya. Mantap bro.
Lone soldier at A.
Gue lama banget sih nggak makan Wingstop.
Playing into a defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over, so really good idea. And look at the awareness to play inside of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just pop flash himself though, waiting for a team to rotate over. This is just a complete site control now given towards Rrq. You're not running the Fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap with the paint shells.
Spike planted.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PaperX has a really good idea of where Rrq are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead. And at that point, numbers all down around him. It's just Crazy Guy left.
Nah, he can't do this one, unfortunately, mate. So just gonna have to call the audible on this one. Maybe be a flawless round to come through from PaperX, because they aren't going for the hunt over at main. They got to protect their own economy too. What a retake to come through from them though. Something catching a shot out through the screens, and then Jing having a crossfire from the heavens as well, just choosing to send it on the raise, right? Not being scared whatsoever, even being seized, but it doesn't matter because Kushi's blinded up by the paranoia of Forsaken. You know, when we consider the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word.
Bagian dari terbaik kalau lu makan yang bagian sayap. Buh.
And learning. Rrq though coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin. Oh, you got a Showstopper as well. If that Prowler found anything, you'd expect that to be ripped immediately. But just by the positions, by the way, of PaperX, they should be able to dodge the ultimate. Unfortunately though for Forsaken, you can't dodge that one.
And slight face check, but you do have Jing with a big old rocket. That said, he has missed several of those yesterday as well. And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Defy just straight down from hell, he finds 4 kills! Being able to rip all those numbers away from Rrq, it's just Monyet left, but he's managed to blow things up!
Shrapnel gets him at the end of the day. The Showstopper explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP for Divide.
Lu ada alternatif selain Wingstop nggak? Menurut gue chicken wingnya Barbecue Mountain Boys gotek.
But in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for Rrq, bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down. That's just
chicken wingnya Barbecue Mountain Boys gotek, murah lagi.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Monyet as well.
Yeah,
the past Raze player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
Diganding Setbomb sekarang ada guys.
This battle, right, in this matchup. Duels going both ways. This time though, scouting out the opposition positions, dimensional drift into the site. Forsaken dispatches of Monyet off yonder though. Oh, the timing. Yeah, that one's a bit rough.
Unfortunate kills, however that will be the spike then a little bit closer towards the B site.
But overlooking Defy, that's a problem at the moment. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the pit, but he's going to fall back. Play to the numbers with the team.
A rocky assumption and thinking that the rotations might have been pulled over, but we'll see if Jemkin is able to crack anything out. That said though, straight in with Kushi, and he's been robbed.
Sumpah Kushi nggak ngapa-ngapain, Pit, David juga ngapain ya. Heran dah gue.
Complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go for a plant? Well, you're going to have to try and do that in a pit. And you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for Rrq now. PaperX looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
Although, if Patman gives him a duel, he wins that one. Start to cook a little bit.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Defy. It's possible. It's taking his time though, and PaperX,
the full decay.
Yeah, holding onto their leashes. They wait for this. They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy able to avoid the bullets for now.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray, but pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PaperX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So PaperX doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one. 3 versus 3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we, you know, see timeouts earlier on, right? In the last map, when you consider at this point in time, it was 5-1 by round number 6. So a little bit more from Rrq here. No coach intervention needed. Happy by the fact that, you know, they're gonna potentially have something to do in this round, anyways, right? Light investments for Rrq. Make sure you hold enough for the next rounds. Go all together as a team towards this A site.
Went in for the execute as well. Gate crash in towards a corner.
Oh, Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the
Nice
pop
shot.
to try to attempt at a duel. That said, Monette quickly dispatches of him.
Yeah.
Something then Engel completely blocked off. He still tries to go in for the flick though. Ooh,
Nice shot.
narrowly dodging until Monette denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
Pit, good time to use it actually.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Maybe. We'll see. There is a showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, be risky for sure. This is what I'm talking about though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as Rrq, making sure that you can try and get something to work. You've pathed correctly into Patman on the side. Good TP from Jemkin to get in there. Devi's looking for some bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is ticked away too far already.
Oh, second kill going through.
Guys.
The Rrq members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away. Crazy Guy will just collect onto another kill.
not
Jemkin
bad.
as well, and the round, of course, ultimately goes over to Rrq.
Yeah, but it's a thrifty. That's
Nggak usah
really
maju,
important
gimana
for
nggak usah
Rrq
maju.
here as well. Already knowing that they'd have a buy in the next round is just better that they've got another round
mau keluar
on
ya?
tally to
Main
back
thrifty,
this
bro.
one up. Single duel
Bro,
against Patman.
this is fucking thrifty, bro.
Counter for something as well, just falling out of the rafters. Tries to updraft back into it, doesn't work
Kan mau
out.
keluar ya, mau kabur
Bit of a
ngentot,
rough one
bomnya
for
meledak kan mati
Paper X,
anjing.
though they themselves
Thrifty juga.
would have a bit of an investment coming in towards this
Gimana
next
sih?
round as well, see if they can challenge back.
Should be. But it is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, this
Mau
is
nyari
what
kill lah.
I think everybody should have been expecting coming
Kalau
in towards
bisa.
this series, right? Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from Paper X at the moment, though. Meanwhile, Rrq finding successes towards the alpha side, going back there, forcing Paper X out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the Nightfall as well, and it just gives him a bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate, Cushy. Paper X, though, avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied, and it's just Paper X with 2 left. Something he's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to beep off. Crazy Guy springs back up, and it's just Patman left. Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter for Rrq. Blades going awkward for something. Feels like Paper X's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there. Have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for Rrq. Though feels like in this sort of time, Alex is gonna have to come out with a timeout.
That's the first time I've heard that one.
Paper X's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
I mean, you're gonna have to pull out something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that. I mean, an execute with Monette flying up over to the top of Heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens just for that Nightfall to get sent through. I mean,
it's this aggression we were missing from last map from Rrq, right?
That's true.
Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
but for not a single member of the Paper X squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You got to remember as well, Split is not generally a map that Paper X opts to play.
Which
right?
is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You gotta feel it out.
Kenyang.
And why not leave your best maps for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tourney. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, Rrq of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though, Paper X having to change things up, get some more bodies towards the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of Rrq, where they can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent up through mid.
Ooh, but everyone's in the spot. Somehow, the showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, then again, spin down in a corner. for Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. Rrq, though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into backside. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Jemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries to find some acrobatics into the smoke, but gets denied.
Did I expect something on the flank already? Look at him. He's here super early.
And he's still sneaking his way up, skulking his way forward. A first, a second kill, something clutches up for Rrq.
And this is the other side of the coin that Rrq see. When they have numbers over at the A site, they push something in towards main. He gets all the information and the read that, well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening. And he was there super early to come out with the Red Bull clutch for Rrq to answer back.
That's just quick reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know, the initial contact might have gone completely south for some reason with that showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was 2 versus 4 as well. So they've really managed to pull that one back by isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Both Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Yeah, well,
similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B side.
Something that Rrq hasn't contended with before, and Forsaken will come out on top of the duels. Devi as well eliminating Jemkin, but Rrq does not let up. Forsaken then trying to play around the pillars, but yes, completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
Bit of utility for a retake here. No smokes for Rrq though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something with 2 kills around the pillar. He props the tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Scrappy battles. Do love to see them. Opening frag in the way of Rrq, but immediate retaliation from Rrq. A lot of bits of utility as well to just off-put the Rrq members. Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hands though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
A lot of pressure. But that said, that would be Rrq playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side, and it completely flushes, or makes Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. Rrq possibly a retake without the best weaponry. Devi though, decent trade for now.
Yeah, numbers are here. Spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the floor. Rrq looking to flood. Jemkin though, superb.
Taps forward again and again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in our hands. 7 rounds left in the mag. Something though, still looking for the fights against the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation.
Kalau gue sih
for
gue
the
ulti
best
sih.
possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace. Jemkin, all the way back then from when he was on Scars against Sengoku, and he still comes out on top of something.
Hey, he gets the better of him in this one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-eco. They came into it with pistols and a Guardian. So the fact that they stack towards the A site, Devi gets a good read that they are coming towards B. Let's just full rotate on over, and something comes out with some absolute sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin, 20 HP, something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, Rrq are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Nah, jaga situ Pit. Mantap banget ini udah posisinya.
Play distractor.
Mantap banget ini udah posisi, mantap banget. Itu loh maksud gua, Pit. Off angle.
Just blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. 1v4 and something just goes in for the Hail Mary jump.
Ternyata Rrq tuh intro boys ya.
Jemkin will pick the round up and push Rrq to an 8-4.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of Rrq on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from.
Ternyata emang intro boys ya.
You want it to go, right? If it's a quick one out from Rrq on that attacking side, well, they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by Rrq this time as opposed to last map. Oh, this is a tough one.
I mean, currently you go with Jemkin, I guess, just because he's been the primary duelist most of the time.
Yeah, Monyetta's kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of years too, so...
Especially from that previous map. Come on, can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smokes.
Yeah, this is true. Got a lot of players
Wait,
love our...
who came up with this? Who is the real man? Oh my god, production sometimes cracks me up. You got a guy, you got a man. It's Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, unlike Patrick.
Tipikal Kingdom sama semua ya. Tipikal fans Prx juga sama semua ya.
Not even his name. Halftime break though. Throw that one away. We're gonna have to get to a switch up of the sides as well. See if we'll tie up this series 1-1. Get a 4th map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly Rrq keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense.
Kingdom lebih banyak yang aneh, emang iya?
Crazy guy, maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the
Emang iya?
Kings at the moment in Rrq.
Emang iya?
Leading very handsomely.
Emang apa lebih anehnya Kingdom apa sih?
Getting a lot of information at the A site. Prowler, no one's going to be at least in close proximity.
Jangan sampai gue buka semua kartunya nih anjing.
Seeing no over investments from Rrq, no one going by themselves. Freshing Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Yeah, let's spot out a bit of information, a little bit of a forward.
Hujan coy, hujan gede banget. Kayaknya emang ini hujan ini buat menyamarkan air mata fans Prx deh. Ini hujan ini buat nyamarin apa namanya air mata fans Prx yang bakal mengalir.
Giving up the site?
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for Prx here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. Rrq having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it currently. Inside the smoke though, and it's just Prx finding first contact. Petman and something out from heaven as well. And the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of not yet spotted, but as soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of Prx will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by Prx.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. Soon CT jumping around, right clicking.
Kayaknya air mata kita deh nggak salah.
They will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right jump.
Sudah, jangan berteman.
A little bit crazy.
Lagian kenapa sih dia nggak, gue tuh nggak ngerti deh. Lu kan fans Prx ya, bukannya Prx punya streamer sendiri. Lu ngapain nonton di sini anjing? Ya nggak sih? Kenapa lu lebih milih buat nonton di tribunnya Rrq, jing? Itu gue punya pertanyaan yang lumayan sangat membingungkan sih.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B side.
Jangan gitu dong, jangan gitu, Rio teman gue juga jing.
Crazy guy here himself yet again.
And if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but with the angles exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else is here, so it's just going to be this little pistol retake. See if Rrq even just.
Kenapa lu malah kalau lu ngedukung tim lu harusnya ngedukung streamernya juga dong. Kenapa lu ada di sini, jing?
Finals, I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find. So not wanting to give too much up to Prx, but that said,
ada aja.
It's a little bit quiet.
Lucu kadang-kadang.
You get the idea of what Rrq are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting.
Ada GRS, ada Rio, ada Spicy U.
Give us a kill. Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Love that.
And that's not too bad in terms of economical damage. A little bit more going through, and it's just Forsaken left. He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still going to go off, but ults and points being found by Rrq.
And the fact that it's Forsaken surviving at the end here as well, one of the players that went in with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds. Though, on the other side, you did save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round, so...
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a... Well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in the end. So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment. And it's unexpected. Brilliant shot out from something. Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
Just never expect it, even if you're going for the jiggle. Somehow, something with a punish. And that means you got to place a player around mid just to watch.
It was the judge as well. So that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy, he wants to play close. He wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shroud step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by Paper Rrq off of that. Thankfully able to get Crash away.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of dodge.
Yep.
Once again, another scenario where Rrq left without resources.
Just
a plant in the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for Paper Rrq, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do have Jing kind of concealing his movements down towards the bottom as well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of Rrq trying to look for that space into sight, but Paper Rrq just not giving anything up to them.
Lo lebih asik lagi roy-royan.
I mean, I know it's the bonus technically in the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from Paper Rrq that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half,
lo lebih asik lagi, Mori.
Full great fire, FPX style.
Lo lebih asik lagi.
They do. The operator.
Lo nggak asik, Son. Lo lebih nggak asik lagi, bro.
Something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy. Letting the team gallivant around the site when they've got control.
Lu streamer paling asik sedunia, Son. Lu viewers paling asik sedunia, Matthew.
I mean, it's a little bit risky, but now you have them with an op, and that's something that Rrq is going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try disrespects if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any jewels that'll come his way at the moment, because yet again, it's going to go crazy.
Gue pengen nanya, emang ada?
And that's exactly what Paper Rrq wants to do, trying to exploit this weakness. Yet though, quick on their reactions out to a toss, but then still for Paper Rrq to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding, Paper Rrq are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just Jemkin drastically attempting at anything, but still the score has been tied up.
Yeah, 8-8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for Rrq that they start to have an idea on how Paper Rrq are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture. Feels like we do need the timeout though. Was waiting to see if that was going to come through.
Started off 8-4, and now Paper Rrq 4 straight rounds in a row. That op still proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one, right? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that Rrq, you know, they've got the fade for the info.
Gue kenyang banget, cok. Anjing, salah ada makan itu.
Otherwise, you're trying to see what Jemkin can do on this Yoru. Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them to send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to try and catch Paper Rrq off guard.
Kenapa sih Aaron mesti kalau kayak begini, itu kayak sleeve-nya tuh mesti ditarik gitu loh.
Quite the conundrum. You place more players towards mid, and you leave the rest of the sides a little bit more open for Paper Rrq to possibly launch an expedition around. That said though, keeping my eyes on the mini-map right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well.
Hey, ini gimana ini anjing?
Another something V Jemkin moment.
Udah apa ini? Somethingnya jangan ditang-tang-tang-tang. OP lawan OP.
Get him in the hands.
Itu loh.
I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah, sometimes it's beat. Just a little
Wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. You'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for Rrq, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A side where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for Rrq, but not for the third time. Third time's a charm for Paper.X, who are moving forward in, especially with Seekers, just flushing Rrq away. Looking for a spike plant, though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little bit of stability, have a breath at the moment. Devi still has the poison orb as well as a snake spy, but he's finding some timing.
Yeah, might be able to sneak through. Petman, though, no more flashes, which means he's going to be kind of pinned down close to the site. Still, though, concealing their movements, making things as silent as possible. Rrq
pamer jam dinding, berarti jam dinding pun tertawa dong.
Yeah, he's found it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement, just at the right time. Devi would have no idea. Even though the spike is down, now how do you isolate every single duel? The first swing from Monyet, and it just fully catches Petman off guard.
Conversion after the timeout for Rrq, regaining the lead. More importantly,
Sederhana
the first
banget,
round
sederhana
on
banget.
their defensive
Sederhana
side.
banget. Lawan Prx tuh sederhana
Some
banget.
heavy lifting of the operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize into the next round as well. You really want to make sure that you
Sit
can
down.
have that in his hands
Sit
as
down.
much as possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
Spike planted.
Difference that the round
Sit
could have came out
down,
with as
yo.
well. If he potentially
Sit
found him when he
down.
was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to
Sit
sneak in
down.
towards heaven.
Jangan jumawa.
Maybe
Gue
if
kalau
they
nggak
planted a
jumawa
little
nggak
bit
rame
earlier, but
streamingnya
throw that round
ngentit.
away.
Menurut lu kenapa
Another
sampai
investment for
fans Prx pun nontonnya di gua?
An A-site endeavor where once again early engagements may very well go
Kalau
Jemkin's
gua
way
nggak
with the
jumawa,
operator.
Yeah,
fans
different
Prx
line
nggak
being
bakal
held as
nyampe
well.
nonton di
Paper
sini,
X
Jing.
Would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right forward alongside that showstopper as well. Jing looking to find effect with it, and he will collapse onto Rrq Vs. This allows him to then continue holding heaven.
Yeah, they had no idea.
Tapi kalau jumawa kalah ya yang penting kan streaming gua rame. KPI bro, come on man.
They're gonna have to go in for a
Ewe,
bit of
ewe,
guessing
ewe, ewe.
game. Jemkin though will eliminate those guesses into more informed decisions with the dimensional drift, but Defi just denies all of that outright. Something with the double kill to end out the round as well. It's 9-9 tied up once again.
Yeah, awkward flash coming through for Rrq at the end there when the dimensional drift is trying to scope things out.
Si AP itu apa kabar? Jujur gua nggak tahu.
Everybody is trying to get some body.
Kok ini bisa nyampe sini kagak kedengeran sih? Hah? Kok bisa Jing nyampe situ tapi nggak ada yang ngeliat gitu?
Flawless round to come through from them. Really not allowing any further
Kumaha atuh
round accumulation to come
anjing
through
ah.
from Rrq. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty at that range, yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info though. You got two smokes all being baited out right now.
Stay humble. Gue kalau humble sepi bro.
Towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Definitely an angle for Jemkin here to try and find one or two and then get out, meet with Cushy.
I mean, this truly is just Paper.X continuing to dot their T's, dot their I's and cross their T's until Jemkin scratching one right off the margin.
Yeah, something. Down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as Paper.X.
And possibly for Rrq to find close range with the right clicks as well. It's just gonna be Jemkin with a share for now though, and it's working pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but the shorty. Need to see the lion
Lu
shape.
pakai sorti lagi si anjing.
Paint shells, blast packs still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first though.
Nyam 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 nyam.
That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the
Ayo ayo teman-teman, dik by dik.
Rrq has a great chance because Patman's been fully
Dik
blind.
by
It's
dik.
still good for
Ayo
one,
chat.
but it's just Defi left. Tries to go
Dik
for the
by
transfer,
dik,
but it's
yo,
not
let's
found.
go.
Xpero with the classic up close.
Dik by dik.
Actually even use the judge at the end there with how close it was, but it doesn't really matter. Rrq
Dik
get
by
the thrifty on the board. Flank eventually coming out from Monyet, picking
Dick
up the
by
weapon
dick,
of something
chat.
that was dropped earlier on, courtesy of Jemkin. So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles, can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity, with op or not. Rest of the team following in pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engagements, operator back in the hands of Jemkin.
Sederhana
Another
banget.
opening jewel, poised at the ramp. Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Key tool for Rrq right now. PaperX though not backing down. It's something straight
Sederhana
in with
banget,
Shorty once
sederhana
again.
banget.
Just quickly
Sederhana
dispatched him.
banget.
Then of course
Sederhana
you got the rest
banget,
of the
sederhana
team
banget.
trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position. Cushy up from the backside, but suddenly silenced. Forsaken Impediment.
Why are we
marking
picking
these
one by
angles.
one, bro?
But yet though, surely you
Bro,
don't
why
expect
are we
another.
picking-
Tries to blast
Why?
back
What the
them
fuck are we
away,
doing,
but,
chat?
doesn't quite work out. Off to the judge, out from ropes, and you have some slight resets.
Seekers from Patman.
Remember,
off the
remember.
plans. Gotta
Dick
choose
by
to
dick,
invest
dick by
them
dick.
here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp.
The fuck are we
Where could the other
doing?
be?
3 lawan 5, kenapa jadi
Obvious as
tolol
well.
sih?
But with the smokes coming up,
One enemy
another duel being isolated, and Forsaken!
Cheater
He'll
ngentot.
just spin back around on a dime to find an every kill.
Backwards and forwards in the rounds at the moment. No one able to find some footing for consecutive rounds, but maybe we'll change things up here. Unless we get another Thrifty coming on through. Because there's going to be some light investments from Rrq around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utility to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out for Mon yet, and no trade ability either to come through from the controllers of Rrq at the end there. A little bit disconnected, trying to find the duels. Trying to isolate the angles, trying to figure out who's where. 10 to 10. As I said, a bit of a lighter investment from Rrq coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Pit. If PaperX take things real slow, you could choose to use them. But if PaperX
Pagi sore
decide to
banget
just
nih, pagi
go
sore
in
banget.
towards the A site,
Pagi sore banget
would be
ini, udah bukan
nobody to
sederhana
stop
ini,
them.
pagi sore nih.
Hey, why not? If there's no
Kontol
one
lah,
here
kita menang Thrifty
to
tapi
welcome
kenapa
them,
skornya begini ya?
they've been having that much success on the site.
yeah, you just need to make sure that you're blocking any vision of ramp where Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's Sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team as much options as you
Payakum
can.
buah banget ini mah. Bats!
Screens being
Banyak
blocked
kumbah
off, elbow as
kekemir.
well with this pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler investor or a Boombot from Monyet. Get some paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles.
Maybe.
Just got to choose to go through Heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the alts come
Oi,
through as
oi,
well.
oi, oi,
Oh,
oi,
just
oi,
timing
oi,
straight
oi,
in.
oi.
He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his
Pagi sore
own. It's
banget
just
ini.
something left, and now he's back up from Heaven. But he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5
Pagi
HP.
sore
And
banget.
Sparrow
Pagi
out for the
sore
final
banget
frag.
ini,
Have a
chat.
curse from here. Have I said the
Pagi
words?
sore
Unless Rrq come out
banget.
with another Thrifty. And it happens. 4 alive as well.
Paksor banget ini,
They are
paksor.
just going to steal those
Dick by
guns.
dick ya.
What is it with Rrq?
Adik-adik,
having the
ingat,
numbers,
dick
having
by
no
dick.
care in the world, just sending it in towards these retakes. Well, this one specifically sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested. Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xvero was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up, recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels, I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss to the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second
Lihat.
onto
Sampai
the
doa
pit
temen gue.
player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more pit available.
And you
Sampai
just
doa temen
love
gua.
being able to watch Rrq come back in, finding themselves awakening. More confidence off of the first map,
Sampai
to say
doa,
the
temen gue.
least.
Yeah. It's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of
Lawan-
Rrq,
ya
for
ampun.
example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, We are on only map number 2. 11 to 10. Rrq primed for possibly map point with their ultimates.
This could be scary as well. Early pit for Xfero. Will he get sent upon or not?
Yeah, PaperX possibly looking for the full send. The Viper's Pit and the Snakebite, though, will completely deter the dinosaurs.
Yeah, another opening frag going the way of Jemkin with the shorty. Still has dimensional drift as well to scope
Setelah
things out
masa
a little bit
dinosaurus
later,
itu,
you might
masa
want to just
kerajaan,
be
bro.
situating yourself as Rrq. You've got the advantage kill, just reset a little bit, figure out
Dinosaurus
where
punah,
PaperX might look to
abis itu
end
apa?
things.
Masa kerajaan.
Give them an
Come on,
advantage
man.
In a 1vx duel.
Come on, man.
Not too eager as well. I mean, look at the tight angle from Monyet. And now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was going to say, I want to see what Devi is trying to do over at this pit. But if this is a call for PaperX to go through vents and start to sneak in the backlines of A, that would actually be the right call.
Making more noise. If you did have Xfero pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be PaperX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xfero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PaperX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not going to work, but Jemkin
initiates the fight. That's 3 kills now. And then for a crazy guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocols just to push through and get more space into the site. Xfero has done his job. He's blocked off ramps and Devi has no recourse but to allow that spike to get defused.
Yeah, Xfero just an angel in the ground there as well, making sure he's the protector, making sure that PaperX don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. You cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it. The fact that Jemkin gets 2 on the back of coming out of that drift is absolutely insane. It's now map point though for PaperX, for Rrq. They've got 2 of them to play with here. PaperX do have another buy, at least presentable. Blades will come out for something. But will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back in the favor of Rrq yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Yeah.
Might have a judge to aid as well, but how much is it really going to work out? Rrq, they've got the defensive setups.
Yeah, something has been cut down a little bit in the beginning of these past couple of rounds, but now, like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
The weapon draw animation took a little bit longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Cushy as well. Further information being found by Rrq. Just to mark the angles up from Garage, but a little bit awkward on the spray. Allows for PaperX some tiny opportunity to get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill, Jing with another. It's just Xfero left, and he doesn't have enough.
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xfero.
He's got to pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, he will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though,
got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in, deals with the first, looks for further heads, but Jing just domes him instead.
12-11. Will PaperX push us into overtime, or will Rrq be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round. Space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, Rrq kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower, so you fall on back. But here we go, last round of regulation. Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Got to see nobody home at the B site, but what is home is everybody at the A site. The numbers needed for Rrq.
Yeah, sudden call and good read from Crazy Guy as well. Into position, but the showstopper, though, will just rob him of his life. That will be then more space for PaperX to shore up around a rep.
Speaking of losing your life, being robbed of it, something again. First casualty in this round. Silence for PaperX. Seekers would spot 3 towards this A side at the moment. Towards the heavens, though, the judge heard.
Oh. Yeah, invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly give them a bit of a warning sign. Off to the site, though, the sudden peek out from Monyet around elbow just breaks things apart. Devi, the second kill. And it's just Rrq left. We might go into overtime, folks, because Jing has the sightlines up by ramp. Jemkin down.
Hang on, they're all low. They're all half HP.
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the sightlines? Looks for the duel, but in for the transfer. Forsaken swings out and provides the assistance necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready. Valiant attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with. So far we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these two maps.
Yeah, well, you might have one Jemkin with 27 kills up on Rrq. You've got two duelists, or two players from Paper Rex who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing. Certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. Paper Rex to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they were able to find some little bits of greatness. Starting things off though, removing Crazy Guy. Not too bad.
Yeah, forward space information into paint shells. Then another crossfire just to deny Rrq a ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the site though, and that's something, once again, finding first death.
Oh, the angle. Nextevent wins that one.
And the Trailblazer might be able to get a kill until that snakebite burns it away. Up to the site though. Paper Rex, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens possibly, but Jemkin reads that, holds down elbow. Ramp as well as additional angles being found by Rrq. Paper Rex will have to find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good. Drops down, shot fire to mask sound. But Rrq not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just a fine 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xpharaoh alongside Cushy. They could go in for a double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something as Jing there as well to try and bring it back. Satcheling in, not getting your shots on out. Great little trap play at the very beginning, but Rrq, once they're in the site, they have the right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunts come out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiator utility always work for a kill. And now Rrq will find themselves on the map point with the lead, going back onto their now defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map too. Just getting shut down.
Like dulu dong, jangan lupa like dong, jangan lupa like.
Bringing an
Thank
operator
you.
onto the attacking side, you need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Could be something that Rrq doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so rewarding if they can find it.
Well, Forsaken is marking the back. However, he falls. Something takes the duel up by a mailroom then. So Paper Rex, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear up back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as Rrq for what it's worth. Something. He wins the duel against Crazy Guy. Advantage for Paper Rex into the B side. Dash across, dodging the flashes. Jemkin, he wants to do the party, he wants to do the damage.
And he's holding the angles with assistance from the team. Cushy up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the triple. Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Devi is coming from though? He's got the ult, but time
Ulti
right
sih,
now
Jem.
for Devi to get in his head.
Ulti sih kalau kata gue sih.
Devi slowly skulking forward. Jemkin marks the angle, and that will be that. The map ends in the very first OT. Final scoreline of 14-12. Jemkin with the ultimate awareness to silence Paper Rex.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown on towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These disadvantaged scenarios as Paper Rex throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of Rrq. I mean, I look at the first half and how they're navigating and conditioning Paper Rex on that attacking side, making them really guess where things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually Paper Rex are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time, though, a little bit more awareness as Rrq and how they want to kind of push Paper Rex into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an Rrq that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they need to hold the angles on the map against Paper Rrq. And that's why those brawls are coming out an advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map, of course. Like, let's get 5, baby.
Yeah, this could go the full distance, but for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance. But for now,
Sederhana
that
banget,
is
chat.
RRQ's map.
Sederhana
We are now
banget,
tied
chat.
at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams.
Sederhana
And it was a
banget.
much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt
Sederhana
like they woke
banget.
up finally. I felt like they were here to play.
Kukira keras,
Jinkin was alive.
ternyata
He wasn't
kertas.
just getting exits on the brimstone. It's so much better. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real
keras,
great map to
ternyata
watch. It
kertas.
always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here. It's that 350s from RRQ.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds one, you had some clutches one, you had some man disadvantage situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays and honestly, some really, really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split. And
A lose is a lose, yo. Whether you win 13-0, whether you win 20-18, a lose is a
But you
lose.
have to say, Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very, very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play
You win
BO3 from here.
13-0,
Evening up the scoreline
You
here
lose
is so massive.
2018,
Going down 0-2 is a
same
huge
shit.
mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move
Same
forward to
shit,
map 3.
bro.
So
You
mood
win
in the RRQ camp will have just shot up
13-0,
after that
you
overtime.
win
Oh, definitely. You could hear them
25-23.
screaming down there,
Same
right?
point.
Especially-
Crazy guy gets loud.
Yeah,
Like when
he
he
does.
died for that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go, 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 go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
You
they've
felt
had
pressured to push on side, right?
Yeah, I know.
with how he's calling the and of course Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very, very encouraging going into this series because, as you mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from Paper Rrq, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, where he just
Geo,
walks through
Jemkin
with the
gacor
off.
gini
This is
habis
why
merit
double
sama Luna
duelist
Maya. Hah?
is so good for Paper Rrq. It really suits
Anjing,
their
ini
style.
jokes yang gua nggak
Contact
nangkep
burst
nih.
is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw
Ntar
three
dulu
drifties won by
nih.
RRQ, and
Ini
in
gua
this
nggak
round,
gua-
it's a
gua-
split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the judge over to Monyet as
Oh,
they
Maxime
see the pit
Boutier.
on spawn side.
Beda,
Double
beda.
satchel over to elbow, and Monyet's able to catch
Beda,
PRX
beda dong.
completely pants down.
Beda
They have
dong.
no idea
Anjing,
that
gua
RRQ is
bingung
even going
banget
to
nih,
attempt
anjing.
that retake, and that must have been a bit of a bitter moment maybe, because Monyet used to do that on Paper Rrq on the raise.
That's
and
why they
now-
hired him.
It's a very
why they
Paper
hired
Rrq
the
thing to
guy.
do.
Yeah, they've just been Paper Rrq, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that blood still runs strong through him, right? What do you think the comms were like in that
I
situation?
honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monyet. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the Raze and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monyet wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing in the entry path.
Jemkin sih tembakannya happy wedding.
This is great also because we were wondering where he was in
Anjing,
the
iya
first
ya,
round
Maxime
too.
happy
Well, here
wedding
he
ya?
is, coming in swinging. swinging on split. And this is brilliant from Rrq, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PaperX, this was an overtime. And of course, PaperX, each round, were not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Yo, the wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Devi's trying to flank him in through Heaven's side, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and you know, I think if Rrq want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team, and he's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
My man.
Yeah, give me your
Happy wedding, bro.
Things, they're agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays.
Ganti judul jadi
and
Posko
just
Kemenangan.
how he's able to
Setuju.
utilize his agent.
Chat.
And, you
That's
know, it
actually a
works so
nice
well,
idea,
especially on
chat.
maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for Rrq, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For Rrq, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They'd be kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet and kick off and play some different styles. Recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps, so they've really been kind of deciding what kind of
Wallbang,
comp
welcome
they
to the
want
membership.
be running
Thank
on
you so
Pearl,
much,
but
Dubs
they
in the
haven't had
chat
a lot
for
of success on this map.
Wallbang, yo.
Last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your
Oh,
mind back
salah
to that
banget sih
DFM
Tequila
game.
jam 3 sore itu nggak enak banget.
They only just got over the line in
God.
that game, but I'd like to think that a big
Sumpah
problem
nggak
in
enak
that
banget,
game
anjing.
was the mental, was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute it better, but
Nggak enak
I am
banget, nggak enak
curious if
banget.
they're going to change away from this Phoenix.
God.
This is a comp that Rrq
Sumpah
know
nggak enak
very
banget
well.
sih, anjing.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people off, because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but Rrq, in theory,
Drunk
should have the
stream, let's
answers
go.
if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I
Muntahin dulu
feel
nggak sih?
like,
Anjing, gue kalau
for
minum
Pearl,
1 shot tequila
I don't
terus
know,
gue
PRX
harus
just look
muntahin
very
biar gue
comfortable with
sober,
that kind
gue
of
malu sih
composition,
sama diri
right?
gue
I
sendiri,
feel like
jujur.
they might go with it again and just maybe change
Jujur
some things
memalukan
for Pearl.
sih.
Perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the
Pape
map
mau
pool for
Discord,
both of
Pape
these
ini
teams at
momentumnya
times.
lagi
So
bagus
Rrq
banget,
being
Pak.
the team that
Tolong
will pick
banget
it as
ini.
the third map in this
Tolong
series
banget.
for PRX. They definitely
Tolong
struggled
banget.
against DFM.
Ini momentumnya lagi bagus.
So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting, because at times you've seen brilliant games of
Ini
Pearl
fans
from both of
Prx
these teams, but
fans
the
ini
last couple
kenapa
of
sih
games
nyari
maybe
perhatiannya di
leaving a
sini?
little bit of a
Emang
sour taste in their
kalian
mouth,
tuh
but
sesama
you
fans
can't have
Prx tuh
gaps
nggak
in your
deket ya?
map pool in a whole best of five,
Kayak
guys. You gotta be playing your way
apa
through
namanya
the
nggak bisa
entire
ngobrol
pool,
bareng
so
gitu loh.
this is gonna be a true
Kayak
test of who
seolah-olah
has
tuh lu
figured out
mesti
some
nyari
of their
perhatiannya
mistakes
tuh di
in the
sini,
map
tau
pool.
nggak sih?
And
Gue tuh
Pearl is
agak
gonna be a
kesian
perfect
soalnya.
example of which
Kayak
team's gonna be able to
apakah
adapt and
emang
actually
lu
improve on
sama-sama
what didn't
fans
work for them in
Prx
the last
kagak
couple of
ngobrol,
games.
nggak deket gitu
It's
loh.
all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of fives. You definitely have to prepare differently.
Nggak
In a best
akrab,
of
tau
three,
nggak
you
sih?
can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather
Mau
not.
ngeliat
And I
air
think
mata
Pearl has
Kingdom
been
gimana
one of
dong?
those maps
Iya.
for both of these teams, but
Iya,
now I
cuman
think this
kenapa
becomes a
sampai harus kayak
really
gitu?
crucial
Emang
swing map, because
nggak
I
apa
suppose if
namanya
you're
lu
looking
sesama
at that
fans
map pool
Prx
as
tuh
a
nggak
whole,
ngobrol
I think
gitu,
both
kayak
these teams might write off
ketawa-ketawa
Pearl and go,
bareng,
okay,
have
yeah,
fun
we
gitu
might
sampai
get
lu
that
harus
second
terhibur
phase
dengan
back.
cara
Yeah,
itu, tau nggak
for
sih?
sure. But someone has to win, so somebody snowballs a lot of momentum forward from this map 3 as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1.
Yeah.
So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what? We're really gonna push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan
Party
on
kalau
this.
juara.
It just didn't work out the few times, but let's bring it out now.
Kapan sih juaranya? Pertanyaannya gue juga mah.
Rrq, I mean, they are going to be playing that
Kapan?
double duelist
Kapan?
yet again with the Neon.
Kapan
Yoru, it's
emang
something that
juaranya
they've
tuh
been
kapan?
going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Tae. can have
Kapan?
these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yo and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that
Kayak
makes that
sering
execute
aja.
a little bit easier to get off.
Heran
They will
dah.
start out on attack.
Kayak
PRX
sering,
have
tau nggak?
chosen defense here.
Yeah, PaperX
Kayak
only
sering.
making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Devi has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quang and Komodo, for our third
Ya elah,
map
runner up
in this
dulu.
series.
Ya ampun,
Let's step
runner
into
up
third.
dibanggain. Aduh, sedih banget deh.
Map
Itu sama
number
kayak lu
3,
mungkin
and,
waktu SD
yeah,
lu
we're
juara
actually
harapan,
right,
tau
you
nggak?
know, we do see a
Mama,
lot of
aku juara
Killjoy,
harapan.
RQ also
Gak ada yang
swapping
peduli
back
sama
to
juara harapan,
Back
anjing.
to
Who the
where
fuck
the train
cares?
left the station though.
Gak ada yang
for
peduli.
PaperX, the game
Gak ada,
against DFM,
gak ada.
going to
Runner
that
up tuh gak bisa
stretch of
dibanggain.
overtime.
Gak ada.
Akame
Runner
trying
up
to
tuh gak
deliver
juara.
the
Gak bisa
absolute
dibanggain.
Brilliant factor in that
Gak
game.
bisa
Just couldn't get
dibanggain.
it over the line.
That was that one win that PaperX had on Pearl.
bisa.
Meanwhile, for
Gak bisa
RQ,
dibanggain.
it's both
Gak bisa
losses on
juara
Pearl
tuh cuma satu,
as
anjing.
well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy
Runner up
instead
dulu,
of the
ya
Vice
Allah, runner
as
up
well.
is number
See
one loser itu.
maybe who can do their best Margaret
Duh,
impression.
Arsenal, Arsenal.
Margaret on this map is
Anjing lucu banget bangsat, minimal
Both
runner
wanna
up.
go in
Ya
for those
Allah,
fights
Arsenal
rather
juga
than,
tiap season runner up ngentot.
taking their time with things, buying out time with the sheer wall and such. Right now, it's a drone for info.
Runner up tuh
and,
tetep kalah, anjing.
avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say how much is that going to force PaperX to...
Udahlah, lu
rotate
datang
a little
dengan
bit to the A
argumen
side
yang
with
lebih
their
baik.
own, but it is where the Sentinel
Lu
is
datang
the
dengan
guardian,
argumen yang
so
lebih baik.
we'll see essentially what Forsaken does
Jangan
there.
banggain
What the
runner up, Cok,
outplay
sumpah.
comes out for
Itu
PaperX.
argumennya jelek
Meanwhile,
banget.
B is
Please,
kind of free
please,
reign,
please.
free territory, right? You gather the orb
Please.
there as RRQ. Start to pivot on
Please.
back. Not
Please
really
datang
seeing
dengan
any
argumen yang
overinvestment.
lebih baik.
Yeah, and PaperX
Jangan
is okay
malu-maluin
with that.
fanbase lu lah.
Now they start to
Gue
get
yakin
Go
fanbase lu tuh yang
in
kayak
for
lu
a
mungkin
possible
cuma
retake
satu.
play, PaperX
Lu
is
doang.
down to 50
Jadi jangan
seconds.
karena
Don't see
satu orang
anything yet.
tolol,
Let's
fanbase-nya jadi jelek.
traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you go towards the A side, you see a lot of
Ada-ada
teams
aja,
have the shear
ada-ada
that
aja.
cuts off through top and mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or
30
something, right?
seconds
So if you
left.
hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site, you know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where Crazy Guy is
Is
just
in another...
lurking.
He's in another postcode.
He's in the Omega dimension.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's going to be a real tricky one. PaperX, though, they eliminate that turret, so RQ begins to watch
Jauh
their
aja
flank
nih,
somewhat.
Komeng.
That's when
Oh,
Forsaken
Forsaken.
alongside Devi begin to peek forward from spawn. Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret, watch the flank, by the way. Crazy Guy's noted now.
Yang penting nggak pernah overclaim kalau gua
Not
king.
too bad.
Lah emang
PaperX, this is a
emang tim
5v4
gua
in clarity.
secara bahasa
PaperX are just
Indonesia
happy to
king
take
of
the
kings,
numbers fights
goblok.
head on.
Gimana
Off
sih?
towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from Hall. PaperX completely crunched up into sight because not much was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for PaperX, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are going to need to be some scenarios where PaperX have to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, well, they're going to be happy as Larry, so if
Tim
they
lu
don't have to
ngaku-ngaku
adjust too
dinosaurus.
much, that's really going to work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes
Aduh,
on this map of
anjing,
course.
lucu banget lagi
Something
bangsat.
bringing out the
Iya
Marshal.
juga ya.
Need to see him connect with some
Iya
shots.
juga ya. Aduh anjing,
Maybe
itu
not
lucu banget.
fall
Itu statement
first.
terlucu itu statement terlucu
Just hold on
sore
to
hari
it
ini
for
sih.
now.
Anjing lucu
RQ
banget.
though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling
Anjing
first,
itu lucu
this
sih, Nyet.
might be
Harus gua
where
akuin sih, Nyet.
that happens.
I mean,
Anjing, sumpah gue jadi moderator tuh mana tuh tadi.
right.
Fair enough.
Sumpah, lu
Goes
lucu.
in for the repeak. He
Sebentar.
spots numbers in spades, and he calls out for the team.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here.
Mana
but
tuh
do you
tadi
have the
tuh?
shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for
Ananta,
right
lu
clicks.
gue
Jig
jadiin
does find
moderator
first one,
karena
but
statement
RRQ,
lu
they've
sangat
got
ger.
the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to
ngaku-ngaku
overwhelm
dinosaurus,
Jing.
iya ya.
Another kill though, and he gets a third. A brilliant flash, but Jemkin will snuff him out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshal, but Jemkin on an absolute tear.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot at the end there with that Marshal. Take out Jemkin one-on-one. Different scenario potentially. Lion's share of damage done by Jing. Feel like if he got that kill as well with the Classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him on the agent that you don't generally see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special, but a Jemkin better. Looking to see who's going to be the...
Kasih aja biar bisa yeping. Ah, itu tuh apa namanya kalimat yang keluar dari orang yang udah nggak tahu mau ngomong apa, Nyet. Itu tuh udah kalimat terakhir yang
Duelist in this
orang
one,
tuh udah
right?
nggak tahu mau ngomong apa
Something falling
lagi.
a little bit.
Itu tuh orang tuh kalau misalkan udah nggak tahu mau ngomong apa lagi, udah kasih aja deh.
Get back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. Jemkin out from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes them to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your teams coming over.
Just waiting for the right time. Stars being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position, but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold up by Pillar. Silences the first
Mahal
duel,
kita.
off to the next.
Chess is back, 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 Chess is back. Chess is back, Chess is back.
That would have been a
Chess is
sinister
back,
round for RRQ to fight. Two.
Chess is
Means
back,
that there's
Chess is
gonna be
back.
a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The
dikit
fact that
lagi,
there's a dimensional
Cok.
drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really awkward.
Mahal,
for
mahal,
Paper
mahal
X too.
kita, mahal
Jemkin
kita.
noting a lot of
Mahal kita,
members
mahal kita.
assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap
hoki
battle this time
banget,
won by Patman,
ngentot.
scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier.
Dikit lagi, Cok, sumpah.
I think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
Udah dikasih
Push
makan
us to
di
a
awal,
map
mantap
5
sih ini harusnya.
maybe. Patman with the stability though. 3-2 stack.
Towards the A
Nah,
side
sumpah
now.
nih kalau kita
Thrown in
menang
early.
Pearl terus menang
Back it
Icebox
on up
sih.
as well. Mon yet to be sent on in. Devi has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Yeah, quick bulldoze, quick contact, and Paper X has no choice but to hang back.
Planted.
Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much it's really going to provide.
You should run.
That lockdown makes things so awkward as well, doesn't it?
Oh, give up your
Oh, hang
life
on,
for the
though.
lockdown, but Paper X will continue to push up, but they're going to have to cool off because of that ult. Patman, though, finds elevation to take the lockdown away, stuns
What
up from
the
on
fuck
yet.
are you
Patman
doing,
with
Ja?
another kill. It's just Xpera left, but he does have vision. Stars up as
Dah,
well.
dah, main star, main
Takes
star,
down
main
the
star.
first frag. And then for Petman to hold, does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xpera knows, and he times it just right. A Red Bull clutch for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well, but it's the Red Bull clutch from Xpera. Not using the grab well too early as well, finding just the catch first.
Completely unfazed by that one.
And that resets Paper X a little bit coming into this new round too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one. But nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the Alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if Paper X does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least
Ini
to
Rex yang
stave off
cuman
any
punya
rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment,
Punya TFT juga ya mereka.
you're very happy with that as Paper X, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some
Ada
damage
Pokemon,
is
mereka
right
ada Pokemon.
now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ, they change up their own approach now as well, which if they continue this one, Quack.
Just checking out the back, and they've noted that Paper X had pushed up before, so trying to work around that, but yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until
Pokemon,
Yeah.
Pepek oke rasa lemon.
Just have to
Ow.
play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin.
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been next? Oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh,
Holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds and RQ needs to stick a plan.
Too far.
Yeah, unfortunate something. Tried to find his moment, but RQ denies it.
Makes things really hard though. No blades, just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out from Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as Paper X, right? You don't have the round count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from Paper Rrq, a little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Whoa. We're at map 3.
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming out from Alex.
Yes. He's got to press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like.
Always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back into the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone.
Gue suka nih Alex kalau udah marah-marah gini, tandanya bagus.
For Paper Rrq, you're moving on to Split.
That means we are doing something right
there as well. But it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, and there's members there already, a little bit of a wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry, starved for these moments. He hasn't found them. Rrq, meanwhile.
Change up for Paper Rrq. Yeah, Rrq are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but Paper Rrq are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, Paper Rrq will find Xfero, something almost nearly losing his life. But still, the sight handed over onto Rrq. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however. Fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive, though. And it's the Vi who stops it.
Winnable, alive, remember?
And he's still able to hold it out by Halls. Cushy, once again, but not able to get the spike planted. There's a full minute, though.
Cheater kita masih online. Cheater kita masih online.
Gate crash. Grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike plant, and that's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
Chess agak kocak sih, sumpah nggak bohong, gue kocak banget anjing. Kenapa dia nge-plan di situ ya?
Bit of a swing to coming out and hitting a shot. That duel looks awkward from something.
Ngeblank anjing ini orang, sumpah dah.
Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give Paper Rrq an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly too. You know, at the end there in that 2 versus 1 that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate, can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1. You destroy a bit of the economy though as Rrq, you force them for a bit of a lesser buy. Though they did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monyet ahead of the curve, down for the count.
And Paper Rrq upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case Rrq continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah, needed to see a lifeline thrown to Paper Rrq to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive, you gotta judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team, but into the smokes, nothing really found. Cushy, reading the situation, continues to push into Link.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for Rrq? Do they stay B? Do they leave?
Certainly not. That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as Paper Rrq, and that's where it gets so darn confusing. Cushy! Another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Patman and Forsaken are confused on what to do.
Just where are they going? And, well, back into B, now you know. But at this point, how can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but because she's already found you from behind, Rrq, masterclass at working the map.
That's phenomenal.
Fokus nonton dulu ya, fans Paper Rrq, jangan ngetik-ngetik.
Side of things, I think we need to see how those ones did result with their knife out duels. He caught something, and then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that Rrq are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A, stay B. Cosmic Divide invested too. Let's just focus our head. We've got the round back. Paper Rrq absolutely shut down back onto the pistols yet again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Cushy being able to provide such a performance for Rrq.
Bit of a trap here too.
And PaperX, all the pistols, but Rrq ready for the play. They are able to mow every single PaperX player down, and it's just Forsaken left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. Rrq just drop a single member in Jemkin, Forsaken. I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for Rrq here, but if you lose another member, you can just redrop anyway. So this is a good round for them. The turret, okay.
One yet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse one. Cushy though, fully aware, just needs one bullet, and that will be that.
6-2, Rrq holding some good leads here. Some great shots coming on through. They can afford a couple of mistakes here and there for sure, but this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they're able to stave off another big gun round from PaperX, well, maybe they start to derail this train.
Emang lucu banget,
You can
Ces,
just laugh on
anjing.
that situation. That's good. It happens.
PaperX not laughing though.
Emang
No,
lucu banget, Ces,
absolutely not.
anjing.
See what they've got in store for us
Anjing,
on
iya,
this
iya,
round.
iya,
As
iya,
mentioned,
iya.
Jing still holding on to the runner back. 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge
Emang
success
Ces
on a map
lucu
like
banget,
Pearl.
anjing. Gue juga setuju sih awalnya.
Even with the off back in as well, not spotting too much out.
Anjing,
The entire PaperX core on the A site needs to hold true.
This is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact that he loses that duel, super awkward. The fact that the lockdown takes a while to come in toward it too. Just disrespected into the site. Can establish a plant here as Rrq look to hold it with numbers.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for PaperX is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing, though, in with a run it back, just fully pushes out. Something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and Rrq have a crossfire set up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jemkin holding out from stairs now, and he goes Dimensional Drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken picking one back up for PaperX.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by PaperX. Despite losing Devi early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take it into their own hands, something. And Forsaken trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that end there when the Dimensional Drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PaperX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from Rrq. Still leaning towards this A side, a bit of a split through Art where there's going to be no info from PaperX. They're going to have to try and have a focal point towards winning this main fight.
Precisely that. PaperX hasn't really played this position, and that's why Rrq, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though, at the right time, the C's as well, and PaperX continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just the leave A? We've seen too many members.
Yeah, looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent out from Connector, though. Forsaken, a slight angle, but also Rrq with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something. He's got to watch the angles, but the overdrive, can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does!
Awareness,
in with the deal in
hello!
as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite weapon. Might be stunned up now, but he's able to keep himself alive for just a second longer until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Devi has to use the Cosmic Divide here for this retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15, and Crazy Guy finds Jing.
Such support! It's the angles once again. Rrq, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The operator being marked down as well, because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2, and Patman goes in for the swing. What confidence! And it's down to Xfero, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Patman, but still Devi once again. Kalish Reciety clutching up for PaperX.
We've seen Devi use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click. He can try and do something. Meanwhile, something.
God!
In the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos.
God,
make him
please,
a little bit
no.
hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get close, a couple of retakes to come through from PaperX. They will have to contend with yet another investment of Rrq here, choosing to go for the force up.
And hopefully if you're a PaperX fan, That might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Oh, pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op. And then for the curveball, look at this. Flashes for flashes, and Jemkin is completely stunned and dazed.
Yeah, that's commanding, isn't it, there? And now you've got the information noted that Kushi is up through
Defender-sided
the
map,
street.
Defender-sided
You don't
map.
necessarily need to give him the duel, right? You see that this is an investment from Rrq. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half where, what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close to really anything else bar Xpharaoh needing to find 2 picks, 2 ulti points.
Mumtaz, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Love
if
you.
you're Paper-X,
Apipi.
I mean, you're happy to play the next round a little bit slower. That's why this push-up
Sorry banget,
was so unexpected, but well-crafted by the team. We've seen multiple ultimates for Jing now already in this first half as well. He's able to possibly pull off yet another in the next round.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for Rrq too. Are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from Rrq on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far.
Thank you for the membership.
That, well,
Banyu Biru Dewa, thank you for the
2 rounds
membership.
on defense, and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share, well, 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for Rrq. So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's definitely something to consider. There are a lot of supportive fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards trajectory, well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from Rrq.
Oh, boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots. Monyet, though, looking for space, but silence. The judge will not be able to sound off. Something in with another angle being held as well, and it's all of a sudden just Crazy Guy left alone in the cold. He doesn't find anything. It's Xpharaoh who has to find more.
Here we go.
And noted too.
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman will pick up that tied-up score.
Trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for Rrq. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow-focused on those crosshairs again for Paper-X. You've only really got one angle to watch when you're stampeding up through the main like that. So they will tie things up, 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row
Jangan cuma begitu doang anjing dari tadi.
So I think Alex will be, you know, happier now, as opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the actual calls and timeouts himself. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl. Rrq looking for a possible second map win because the upcoming ones just never quite know what to expect. Paper-X so far, though, with the momentum being found. 4 rounds in a row. Monyet with the pushes out from A main.
Towards pistol round, RRQ from the first one of this map. Paper X though leading in Pacific.
6.000 yang nonton, masa like 2.000. Like dulu dong, chat, like dulu chat, thank you. Mwah.
Looking to remove a bit of this utility over through Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that.
Kenapa sih kalau streamer cowok yang lain, kayak misalkan Kevin gitu, misalkan Kevin gabung membership terus Kevin APP gitu kayak, giliran gua kenapa kenapa jeng?
Beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across, Forsaken possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
And I'll tell you what is just as quick. It's going to be Paper X with the double duelist, looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside, but the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and Xfera off to the back, and it's Monyet as well. Paper X once again looking for the trades to find more space, and they found it. It's just Crazy Guy left.
Salahin personal branding lu. Jadi kalau gue personal brandingnya itu yang kayak cowok-cowok ganteng, cowok-cowok keren gitu. Oke, berarti. Sebenarnya kan itu semua tentang branding kan. Mungkin gue nggak jelek-jelek amat kok, cuman brandingnya bukan cogan aja. Gimana kalau gue brandingnya yang kayak cogan-cogan gitu kayak nice try banget sih ini Rrq. Gila, Prx mainnya bagus banget, men. Kayak, wah, sayang banget ya, padahal kita udah leading 6 angka, cuman kayak sayang banget sih. Sayang banget.
At the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back home, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, he continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round, then you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run into the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, just play it open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second-guess themselves and they're stuck towards A and throw caution the wind, look for some damage, go for the spike, you know, standard anti-eco things when you don't go for a bit of a force bite. So little by little, Paper X will creep in towards this B site, put their bits of utility there, go for the plant. And then let's just see what RRQ have for us.
You, welcome to the membership.
If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with
you siapa?
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but
you siapa?
Komodo.
I Wilson.
Expect.
You siapa?
The problem is though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
APP
yeah,
you.
That's true.
On the Phoenix,
You siapa?
so quick
I Wilson.
to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
You?
He's hungry.
Siapa?
Once again, it's SCA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, Salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's
Marshall.
dead to the spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
There we go. Everybody going down with the ship. Something. Farewell, Captain. 8-6. Paper X still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights to go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Tejo as well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astra Star utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from Paper X.
Yeah, you would take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner. The Russian duelist picks it up.
And finally, there's a bit of a difference, right? It's something actually winning the duel this time.
Possibly more space in the B site. You do have Cushy, who has been on a hot streak on the other end, though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked up by the hot hands!
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
Whoa. And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, Paper X able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jing, though, with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as well.
For him. He
1-1. Forsaken, he has to run through, but he doesn't have the time. Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round being picked up.
Rough at the end, though. loses his life too, so no one surviving for Rrq, but they at least will win the round, get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well. But the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the Rrq members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, and you get shut down as Patman. There's no time really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planning for it.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And Rrq right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round. We should have won it, but you didn't. So
just keep going.
Just have a level head. Recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to take a knee come this next round.
Meanwhile, PaperX possibly looking to go and extend this gap from
please.
2 rounds
Kalau
to maybe
Thrifty,
3 round
gua
gap.
kasih 50 membership.
Sumpah.
Kalau Thrifty, gua kasih 50 membership.
Yeah, just how patient is
For
he
the
going
love
to be?
of God,
He's
please.
expecting a jump peak.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time?
Thrifty,
It's very common. Jemkin's now going to give up to him, and he does
membership.
He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for Rrq right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as PaperX still prioritizing this A site by the timing as well. Something is going to get out of a sticky situation. A runner back invested. It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's the PaperX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off something, pulls off just as soon as the team gets the site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding off towards the back.
Rrq are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols, and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PaperX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade, and a rifle picked up from Monyet.
Yeah, that'll help balance the numbers just a small bit for Rrq. You know, one weapon that you can take away from that will mean, you know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
But importantly, PaperX, right, they lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
They are.
Now is the rounds to best, though, right? You've got a full gun round here, and my real question for Rrq is, what do you have on the defenses? Because on this map, you've not.
Ini nggak mau ada tactical nih.
They've been playing with their cards close to
Boleh
their
sih
chest, but right
tactical sih
now,
kalau
once
kata
again,
gue sih.
some slight aim control. Jemkin with the goods.
Yeah, that's great. That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PaperX to have a different approach.
Different approach it will be with Forsaken trying to create some pressure around the back of B-Link.
I don't mind this actually from Rrq. Switching into a retake over at the B site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a nice popped Nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? Rrq building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
It comes down to the fights. PaperX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PaperX out of position. Around the outskirts of this smoke, though, and it's Forsaken evening up the score. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device sounds off as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something, and he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the B-Hub, look at the movement, the airstrafes, down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that he has time on his side. Great mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse. And then you've got the right weapon at the right time, but you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a Could have been a problematic one for Paper X, given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first jewels. They do manage to get the plant, but they bring a little bit of stability to them. And they steal that 4 versus 5 in the post-plant scenario. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Rrq for the meantime. They need a big discussion here, because that's another defensive round that they are not able to find, which means investments going forward. But right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing Paper X repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it, and without the information, without the drones or the haunts, there's a slight difference. And Paper X have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath Rrq's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new Rrq roster, it's not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, you know, been
sliding mokat aslinya, sumpah Cahya sih dari tadi kerjanya begitu doang ya. Sliding mokat, sliding mokat, sliding mokat. Nah begitu-begitu bae mana ini lah tayo lah monyet lah anjing tai.
Who's playing what role? Feels like Rrq on Pearl, it's still not looking the greatest.
Abuela goat banget Jen, udah nyobain, enak ya. Enak itu Abuela. Sumpah lu makan satu. Dah.
Meanwhile, for Paper X, that gap just gets wider and wider.
Coach goblok mana yang Iko baru TO. Entot. Semua tim di dunia kebanyakan TO-nya pas Iko, buat next round-nya pas bye goblok. Apa sih? Semua coach di dunia TO-nya waktu Iko anjing, buat next round-nya pas bye.
Oh, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of Paper X's book, hiding inside the smoke. Paper X, though, doing their due diligence. They check it.
Hey!
It's a second kill, though.
Please,
and look at that. Relay boat into the B. Monyet up for a triple. Maybe the quad until Divide prevents that from happening.
But he's not selling, doesn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what Paper X had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it. Forsaken continuing to try to hold further space.
Lockdown for Kurshi. It's going to force them into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that would be
senjatanya dibetakin ngentit.
Juggling the guns to get
Pelit
them away out
amat.
of Rrq's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfero gets a smoke down on the spike and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. Rrq, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Cushy finds the kill. Crazy Guy sticking it all the way through. A thrifty round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with Rrq and catching thrifties in this series so far? It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of Paper X. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though, and it absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it, but of course, it has to be Monyet. What a round.
I did all the heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. Paper X, though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact, turning up the heat right now, aren't they? Straight up through the guts of mid, through towards Art, towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades, though, oh no, something! He's missed them all!
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless, looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. And that's Petman continuing to push up through Secret, completely confounding Rrq.
And you can't do a thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from Paper X. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous, don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards Flowers, but Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick Paper X can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a Paper X thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from Paper X for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's molly.
Aduh, unlucky banget.
Yeah.
Unlucky banget.
That was a
Matiin
true
sate
and
gitu,
blue
anjing.
W gaming round come
From the
out.
new guy too, Patman.
Wah,
He's
unlucky, cok,
adopted
matinya
quite
di
nicely.
sate
Fits in
gitu
like
mah.
a glove, and there we have
Unlucky
it. A
sih itu.
timeout by Coach Ewok and well, Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver PaperX an L in this moment, because this is something they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early A main information, for example, any team is seeing, well, they're putting 3 numbers there, let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site, it just plays in towards PaperX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now. So we really need to see some change-up affairs for RRQ on the back of that timeout there. Need to see 2 rounds in a row, right?
Time for a field test.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PaperX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning, they're over at B, and you have to see that cheated rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early. Great lurks come out from Forsaken, smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there, unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. PaperX has been doing this, and it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player, but he gets spotted out because there is a flurry of utility out from the back as well. Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Rough for something though if he sticks here.
Aduh, Rrq ketemu Rrq.
Aware of this fact.
In with the Nightfall as well as the Dimensional Drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat, but you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though, something's traded positions with the team. RQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all. Couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
Susah.
And that just thins down the herd. Jemkin, though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability. Sticking down the spike to halfway now. And the pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep. And that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed. And it's Xfero sticking it all the way through. Down to the final 0.3 second. RRQ finds a lifeline.
Literally the difference for something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything, but Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. PaperX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You got the sight. You might be able to stick the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close. Okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams. You got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the back site. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full on spams. Munyet, how do you like them apples?
Oh. Good round from RRQ. Needed here. A lighter investment from PaperX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea of what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PaperX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
Come on, boys.
And that's why aiming control is beginning to be
Just 3
a
more.
bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look.
Gila, ronde
No aim
22,
control.
David mati cuma 9 kali, anjing. Gimana sih caranya?
Trapment towards B long, great opening engagements. Jemkin, Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed. What a call
Ronde
by Crazy
22,
Guy,
David
or
mati
just
cuma
the
9 kali,
entire
cok.
team as a whole. Just as soon as the round rips off. A clone towards the back as well, and PaperX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh
Gets
my God.
pinged, turns around.
Well, not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Kushi's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PaperX continue to this B site, well, we've got
Hanya main
numbers. We'll just
retake,
trade you.
B-nya di stack.
They're just holding the
Crazy
angles
Guy
now.
fokus
Forsaken
jaga
will
link aja nggak sih?
snuck all the way through the back. If the
Nice
timing
banget
is right,
dah.
he might be able to find a
Link,
bit
link, link,
more.
link. Woi.
Down for the flicks. He gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge
Nice
the flash,
banget.
but not able to re-peek. Xfero just puts up a huge wall, and it's Petman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch him when they're
Bukan
heads
better,
are on
kocak
their
justru bagus, bukan
shoulders,
basic ya.
swiveling
Gen
all
controller
around.
harus bisa paling kecil.
Now you
Iya,
gotta put
bener.
a priority
Cuman
on
ini
saving
rondenya
this game
22,
until the
anjing.
next
Dia matinya
round.
cuma
Tied
9, cok.
scoreline 11-11 at the nth hour of
Gila,
this map.
anjing
Feels
itu
like
namanya.
RRQ might have found
Sedikit-dikitnya matinya
the right
controller
recipe
nggak
for this defensive side.
9 sih kalau rondenya 22 biasanya.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand. Map 3 might give them that confidence that they're looking for into map 4. PaperX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PaperX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site. You might even play retake. You've been pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this scene as well. You got both coaches in the booths, and it looks like a true chess match between both masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A-main.
For a little bit now, RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive
Aron
side.
pemanasan, next main dia.
PaperX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A-main control. PaperX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A-main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look.
Dari cepet kok jadi ceban.
It's down to all these tiny little
Dia sudah mulai cemas, bro. Itu artinya, bro. Ada pengeluaran tak terduga ini, Epen. Dari cepet jadi ceban ya, anjing. Berarti dia, oh anjing ada pengeluaran tak terduga nih kayaknya.
For example, for something, you do have Jing one away from the runner back yet again. But I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the dimensional drift and a judge in mid doors.
Oh, it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for check as well, but Monyet a trigger quicker, and it's going to be PaperX reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at main bar. The salvo
Mereka force buy loh.
Nebula, you force
Mereka
your
force
opponents
buy,
to
anjing.
respect that one. Now you get the information.
Mereka force buy, cok.
By the alarm bot that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake
Sumpah
again
menang
if we
ini
need.
sih.
We've got a dimensional drift to
Wah,
scope
ini
that
mesti
one
force
out.
buy sih. Mesti menang sih. Ini kalau menang sih manja banget
at the
nih.
end of the tunnel that I can see for PaperX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to opt for the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good
Nice
timing.
banget, nice
No
banget.
swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this Cosmic Divide. Start to go for the plan.
Aduh, kirian dikit. Nice!
That's done.
Ikimasho!
Perfect. Skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be enough though? PaperX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's supposed to be. Defy with a possible
Nice!
spam out from, well, a main, but still the
So,
shots,
Ikimasho.
dimensional drift, it susses out
Ikimasho,
all.
Ikimasho,
Intelligence
Ikimasho.
has been found, and RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they, on this map, for pretty much the first time
E1
since the
flawless.
very beginning stages of the first half, will reclaim the lead.
Remontada!
Match point.
Gigi
Paper
masuk.
X falling a little bit flat now. Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams. Not able to overcook Kushi's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant, and all the information from that dimensional drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from Rrq, recognizing the job's not done, I have to lock in. You bring out the judge all of a sudden, Paper X has no idea.
It gets scary now as well, right? When you consider the Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive.
Tahan
Back
napas gua nonton
towards
ini.
normalcy for Rrq, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is with him too, and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well, and it's Rrq finding advantage. Defy though, trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it backside.
3 versus 3. Divide alive, so smokes for Paper Rex.
Patman posisinya ngeri lagi.
This could be everything but Crazy.
Ngeri banget sih posisinya Patman. Tuh kan benernya.
Patman to win.
Popped up over, looks for the flick, but it's Jimkin that comes up with it instead. 4 HP though.
How long?
Paper X might be able to push us into overtime. Jing
Chess,
now
it's up to you,
with the
Chess.
space.
Sumpah, Chess, it's up
We've
to you,
got an
Chess.
op being played by Defy as well. It's a position that surely Rrq doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward.
It's up to you, Chess.
Past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Kushi possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact to push us into overtime again!
Could have been extremely awkward if Jing wasn't able to find that trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2 because, I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades upon trades. The hot hands try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Petman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well, just to surprise Crazy Guy.
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the
Kenapa nggak reset aja, Cok? Mendingan reset,
play by the
sumpah.
book, but Patman doesn't do that, so
another overtime.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure mounting, I hear the kettle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with Rrq, slow march up B.
Oh, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from Paper X, going back to tried and tested, gather the orb, gather the A main control, play on the stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar utility. Salvos, Nova Pulse.
Jason nggak mati.
He's just playing DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Paper Rex slowly coming up front from mid. They gotta watch out for the flank. Come on, yet we'll be able to slay all of them. Kushi with the flank now coming through. And it's just Petman able to find one trade. Kushi might have been dealt with, but how do you lead, spearhead a 2v4? The first thing you gotta deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought, but then the spams out from Pillar.
Wow, 111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax. Pesan, kantor bas 99 bis gratis koin Rp100.000 setiap hari menang berapapun pasti dibayar.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the count, coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Kushi delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Kushi to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, Rrq on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? Paper Rex. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for Rrq towards the A site. And an operator, remember here, for Jemkin 2. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. Something walks into the crosshairs.
Aduh, kelihatan nggak?
Lightning duel, but the timing, the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's just going to dry walk into it.
They gotta be aware, but no. The dry walk and the damage is felt.
Yes!
Something tries to re-peek into it.
You've got 4 smokes as Devi, and you're double
Woi,
dry
B-nya
walking into
B-nya
an
support
operator
dong,
line
B-nya
at the
support,
B
B-nya
side.
support.
Oh, not like this.
Support B-nya.
5 versus 3.
Retake cepat, retake cepat,
RRQ
retake cepat,
setting
retake cepat,
themselves
retake
up
cepat,
for
retake cepat,
the
retake
map.
cepat.
30 seconds
In
left.
another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Jemkin, Cushy, up to the 30 bomb, and this
2v5
could be the
lads,
end
don't
of
fuck this
Pearl.
up.
Paper Rex desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing
Nice
a
up.
huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere
Yes,
to be found. RRQ will find the
Remontada.
eliminations necessary to propel themselves
Yes.
forward. Another OT,
Hello.
and they show that they
Hello.
have the true resistance, the true
Would you like my
endurance to go the
cookie?
distance.
Would you like my cookie?
They don't do it
Would you like
cleanly,
my
do they? But they
cookie?
will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to
Remontada.
claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well.
Would
Last
you
time
like my
both
cookie?
13s to 10s, changing
you
up
like
the
my
agents,
cookie?
another new look to what they deploy.
Would you like
in
my
this
cookie?
time. In this installment
Anjing
of
ada
the map,
Dustin.
and now that's 3
Anjing ada Dustin,
done
Cok.
for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a rematch against
Jogos
Gen
Bonitos
G
no
for
more.
the Pacific Trophy.
And
This
what a
is
rivalry
Gegen
that
pressing
is.
lads.
The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations.
Jogos Bonitos no more.
mid-round.
Gegen
They forced
pressing
Paper
is
Rex to
number
scratch
1.
their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19 into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly.
For RRQ.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, crazy guy
One
with
more.
calls where they suddenly pushed up B.
One more,
Cushy
bro.
with the insane
One more,
performance
bro.
as well.
One
All of a
more,
sudden,
one
the player
more.
from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. And I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games. And if I'm Paper Rex, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from Paper Rex and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a Paper X across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full
Icebox is
momentum,
ours, bro.
they're
Icebox
impossible
is
to stop.
ours.
All the decisions to be
Icebox is our map,
made
yo.
so
Come on,
quick,
man.
and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for Paper X. The round against Monye on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So Paper
Gegen
X,
pressing
this
nih, bos,
is
walaupun
why they're
kadang-kadang
such an
jadi gegen
entertaining
depressing.
team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close. Like that one round with that diffuse, .03.
0-3.
And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he'd lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? But it's that factor of RQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, have to say, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is, so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of Pauls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and Rrq are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side. It takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well. And mechanically, he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first ball accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into Rrq and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor the way he was just walking up Art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for Rrq in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to Rrq. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ there. Maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off roll to step up this hard for Rrq and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Pac-Man on the other side, who is also that rookie. And I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really stepping up in the way he's able to play. And, you know, to come alive in these big best of 5s, to really hard carry your team like that, you know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals. Yeah. One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? Rrq seem to be very, very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, Rrq, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than Rrq did. We do see that difference in comp, but, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays, much more natural fitting to their style, where Rrq, we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joven, it's something, Omen on Icebox, that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. Rrq have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. there. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence. So I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think it's, of course, it's these two teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these
Nggak
rounds.
kuku, aku tuh nggak kuku.
Where it gets like, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win.
Yeah.
They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously, winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As
Oh
a
my
T1
God.
fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, all of the fans, absolutely. They
Like
love
dulu,
watching
like
these
dulu,
teams
chat,
live,
chat,
as
chat,
we are
like dulu,
seeing
chat.
right now here.
Like
Lots of
dulu,
love
chat.
for both Rrq and Rrq, which
Like
will
dulu, chat.
continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox. So don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Wah, gila. Ulala, One more chat. Anjing, gue speechless sih. Sumpah, itu map Pearl gue udah positif kita kalah loh sebenarnya. Gue udah positif kita kalah tadi map Pearl. Harus gue akuin. Karena kayak it's not looking good. But then 0.03 second happens, yo. Aduh, capek. Aduh, capek banget. Gue capek sih. Anjing, gue capek banget. Nonton Valorant tidak pernah semelelahkan ini kayaknya, anjing lah. Bangke. Gue mau berak dulu, boleh nggak? Setuju nggak kalau gue berak dulu? Setuju nggak, chat, kalau gue berak dulu? Setuju ya? Setuju nggak, chat?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kalau gue karep dulu, setuju nggak? Setuju ya? Gue karep dulu ya. Nah, udah. Nggak, lebih bercanda, bentar.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific Stage 1 lower final, where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our 4th map of the day, Icebox. Potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo and Jet for Jemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper, where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very, very different role. Over on the side of PaperX, exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PaperX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PaperX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PaperX are going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map. And Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Xpero looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting down pretty soon. Divine with the turret up, checks towards the back. Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of PaperX still able to march up front.
He did get one tag, too, on Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone. So entirety PaperX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PaperX yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, PaperX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. So currently ahead of the curve on that one. And if history is going to stay in continuation,
kok tiba-tiba udah mulai anjing?
I mean, see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol round, right? And well, if you're PaperX being PaperXing,
Gua kira belum mulai anjing.
Let's push.
Sorry.
Great idea.
Perasaan tadi breaknya lumayan lama, 5 menit masuk tiba-tiba udah mulai anjing.
No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy. So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of PaperX.
A lot of trust, but a lot of recognition from the side of PaperX as well. Marking the lurk out by mid,
please.
And also,
It's go
possible outlaw plays. PaperX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy, well, just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for PaperX, you know, you don't want to see them just over.
Ini YouTube kenapa ada selalu jam segini pasti nge-lag?
Play quite patiently.
MPL, bro.
See where RRQ are gonna look to go towards.
Take salvos, PaperX pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down, but is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play, salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight chance still, you know, with the outlaw. Maybe a bit of damage, chip damage with the nanostorms currently, but he's got the angle.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but just the classic. So let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running in, we're chasing in, we've got the guns. And the outlaw just doesn't do much. Monyet though out from the back.
Aduh, server YouTube ampun iya membludak bro, semua orang pada nonton MPL anjing jadi nge-lag monyet.
And in the round pipes.
Okay.
Fortunately, Rrq not able to hold it off for too long. You've used the third to salvo refreshed up, but yeah, still gonna be
Wow, 111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax. Pesan,
But apart from that, very early nothing comes in towards the rounds. No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at and position noted. Very level head again for PaperX, who have just had to go through 2 maps of overtime and lose 2 maps of overtime. You gotta let that not shake you in a best of 5 scenario. You picked Icebox as the choice in this one, right? So you gotta consider Ascent next.
Anjing gak di-banned itu judulnya lah. Kasih tahu gue gimana caranya deh. Kasih tahu ke gue gimana caranya anjing. Gue kira kagak di-ban kata-katanya. Kasih tahu ke gue caranya gimana kontol.
Well, Divide coming in to refill space as well. But you don't have much in terms of utility of staving off Rrq except for bullets. Shock dart in as well.
Ban email nggak bisa.
Like eventually from Patman, he can just sit himself in their spawn and watch for this one. Rrq are going to be locked in. They have to try and push the bodies back.
The only way out
pakai
is
tako.
up.
Kalau nggak dibayar sama tako, gue nggak mau.
He's stuck. He doesn't. Tailwind available. The wall.
Allah, hoki banget anjing.
Again, expect Patman to already be in their spawn. It looks like they have an idea.
Aduh, hoki banget, cok.
But still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a confident duel against Patman.
Saving kan nih?
He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that Rrq are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you got something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found.
Oi.
Something for the swing, and that's been quickly
Andale.
A 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the
Joshua Fabian, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much.
Might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? Rrq are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the 3rd kill.
That's a scenario as well where PaperX, despite lots of weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold.
Suka ya semuanya ya, suka ya adik-adik ya.
They had the advantage on the side itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site. Something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double 2. They're not able to get the trades.
Nice banget,
Bit of a fumble from PaperX there, but a big, deep dig for Rrq to get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where Rrq want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though. Got to wait out for this orb. Dash across with a good flash. Force PaperX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angle is possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PaperX out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, crazy guy sets it off by yellow. And it's going to be Rrq Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much out of them, buying time. Divide slowly ringing around the rosy, around yellow. Spike still going off though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Divide has no clue and needs to tap on the Spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off. He gets into PaperX's minds. The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You gotta be happy with that one.
Iyalah, ngapain nonton map kedua, dua map terakhir ya, orang map tinggal 1. Kocak.
For Rrq, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch.
2 map terakhir, orang mapnya tinggal 1 ya.
Individual were those shots at the end there, those positions from PaperX when they're off put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Divide, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PaperX forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. Rrq though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you've just dropped, irretrievable.
Get as much as we can.
50 seconds to go. And it's to the drawing board for Rrq, the silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well.
Nice
oh,
shot.
but the
Body
swings
shots.
Wasn't great. Decent damage.
Oh,
We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
Oh, dapat
And
satu
now it
lagi
is
kontol.
as well.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monyet up around the back of yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get the burst. Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the Sheriff. Now, Shock Dart will finish off Monyet. Just Xfero in a 1v3. And PaperX will finish the thrifty, the Sheriff shots, the utility, back in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A 50 round on the way of PaperX, taking a page out of Rrq's book when they needed it the most. So round back to PaperX.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Blade Storm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, nothing. Nada. Shots out with the Sheriff of Patman, doing enough damage for the Shock Dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PaperX, but more importantly, just around on the board, getting it towards the reset territory of Rrq to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own though. Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the op now all of a sudden, but that's 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too. Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
You would think it's great
Look, did he just leg him? He did!
Yeah. Down to 20. Cushy though, I mean, just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind. Rrq, however, has snuck up tube.
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Oh, dia mau plan kitchen ini. Plan kitchen ini. Terus ulti, ya nggak sih?
But would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something.
Oh,
with the Viper's Pit as well. Petman happened to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on Akushi earlier and the null command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get rezzed too, so this is where things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing Rrq out in the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xfero, 30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over onto the A site.
It's the mind games right now, isn't he?
Aduh.
What can you do? How do you toy with them? But
nggak dicek dulu site-nya, anjing lah.
You don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him.
And no problems here. Jing with the huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
Looking good.
He would have had to sprint earlier on.
Jadi gue berharap gini ya, bangsat.
Where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant. You win the rounds, kill him, you win the rounds.
Duh, ini sayang banget. Viper Speed-nya belum buka, masa udah di-tap. Cong!
Is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin. Jemkin was one away from the ult, from the ult, and that's exactly why Something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PaperX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Oh, cak anjing.
Still though, half buys up for Rrq now.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall. But have you bought enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. And it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the burst. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by Rrq.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, and all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for Rrq. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just Devi able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that Rrq, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that Rrq are going to be deploying a timeout.
Jing, 5 map capek juga ya ternyata ya kontol watch party gini.
Somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages, and then they've lost the advantages, and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime.
Yeah, this is our map,
they need
bro. Come on,
everything
man.
that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now.
Gila, udah
Of course,
jam 6 ya?
Icebox,
Anjing,
right,
udah jam
Rrq.
6.
We've not really seen that much from them.
Weekend
2
kok
games
nonton
against
Valorant.
Prx.
Nggak, maksudnya seru banget loh weekend nonton Valorant. Ayo guys, jangan lupa ya nonton
you know,
VCT Pacific Grand Final
one kind
besok.
of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if Rrq completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as Rrq.
Salah.
Standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that Rrq can almost get free of charge,
mati
changing it
deh
up
nih.
with the pit towards the A site. Something, had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone. Now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea that he's begun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up, enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the site of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Yeah, some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the
cepet
plant
lagi.
still goes through.
David late lurk dari mid. Masih ada
That said,
turret.
though, gotta watch out for this
Udah jagain
potential lurk
risiko.
from
Nice
Xfero.
banget game
Jemkin
key,
up
nice
top,
banget
stuck on him.
sumpah.
Fantastic kill, yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist
Udah,
v
tahan
duelist,
situ, Pit.
and this time Jemkin
Ya
deals
Allah,
the
kenapa
death
sih?
blow.
Nggak sabar
Off to the
aja.
end though, it's
Nice
going to be
banget, Cah.
Rrq now looking
Oh,
for the
Cahnya lagi
retake.
gacor
They've
nih kalau di
begun to
Icebox.
fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying
Nice
to contend
banget.
with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo
Tap
still
salvo.
up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back,
Santai
and
aja,
that
tunggu
puts
tap lagi, tunggu tap
Forsaken
lagi,
in
tunggu
a
tap lagi.
1v2. No
Nice.
chance in hell. Rrq have fought back against Rrq.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon. You're just not able to get through that one, unfortunately, there as Forsaken. So you'll cop a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jemkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. You got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3.
Bentar, gua
So
ngambil
the fact
tolak angin
that
dulu.
through the snake spike, Monyet finds one as well. Really important. Just making sure that Rrq are holding these duels where they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to Rrq. You want to start to see that build up nicely for Rrq here to try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
It's getting close to it. Well, something behind up the op again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy that drone as Patman. So it's a good change up, but similarly, Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the
But look
map.
at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloudburst allows for Rrq to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from Rrq now needs to come out where you're contending with removing Crazy Guy from the situation if possible. Patman's got a lot to do by himself here at B.
Well, that's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's find himself in a pinned down position. However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a third. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net. Yeah. Xfero, though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around, that's a third, a fourth! Petman, what are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when Paper.X needed it. I thought that when he got the first two, he was going to snake spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location, and he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
Let's go!
Everybody's elevated today.
Oh, thankfully he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and Paper.X will continue extending this lead because of an eco from Rrq right now.
Hold on.
Okay.
We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from Rrq. Get on the right line, and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for one. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well, he finds the second kill. Crazy guy still desperately looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, Paper.X have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way, and it's just Crazy Guy. He's got a Vandal, though. Can he find the kills? Gets the first, but Jing with the off angle. Toxic screen up as well, allows him to slip back around the backside, and Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the two sheriff shots and then the third one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to look a bit better for Paper.X. You know, I'm starting to feel.
Dapat 5, second half-nya lebih mudah lah ini.
You start to see a bit of a series on them.
Wow, 111.111 dari
And I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and Paper.X don't show any signs of truly slowing down.
No.
At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. Rrq trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them, but maybe the conductor has regained control. Important situation for Rrq. Get another round on the board, quickly in towards the A side. Device, still good for one. Not a double, but Forsaken here, as well as something.
Once again, right off the get-go. And Rrq, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control, but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When Paper.X are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up, and Crazy Guy is.
Wah, OP-nya something sih gila.
When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to Rrq if they do decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when Rrq are getting deep in towards the A site, and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3s and that sort of thing. When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. Rrq once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clack. Hunter's Fury lockdown for Paper.X. Close to a pit for Patman too. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Monyet being one away will be more likely in picking that up, or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Monyet plant and pit. There's options here for Rrq. Give it a bit of space
kalau udah ketahuan di mana cabut cok jangan didatengin anjing.
Start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're Paper.X, you imagine it's Rrq looking for the plant. That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post-plant plays. Paper.X, though, with their ultimates, exactly. Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the lockdown. He goes for the spike.
They're respecting the lockdown here and then going for a kill instead. So you'll have advantage on this one. And you've now removed Salvos and Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Petman. Again with the lurk presence. Rrq beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure up from behind. Something then just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love
this used to be our map, bro.
Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown.
39
We want to have
ya.
our numbers and our strong abilities to actually have more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in. Make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant. Could couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trades with the team, have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PaperX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count Rrq out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them,
OP-nya samping sih yang bikin kalah sih dari tadi
for
sih.
example,
Anjing
you
itu
cast
OP-nya
your mind
samping.
back a
Ngulik
little bit
berapa banyak,
further.
Cok.
The game against
Brengsek.
DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see if they can bring that one back.
New overtime.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want Rrq to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look.
I see where you're going.
We can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes,
right?
we've missed them.
Let's just bring some personality to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about, though? If the 5 players playing, I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff up over from China in a stage cosplay.
Yeah.
But back into the game, and it is PaperX against Rrq. Rrq, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Pistols. Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache, though, when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Maybe for Jing.
Yeah, both angles being separated apart.
Okay,
And it's
kejebak.
crazy
Bareng,
guy
bareng,
who
bareng,
finds
bareng.
a singular frag.
Okay,
Something
okay.
at least good for one. So it's an even exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and
Jemkin yang
he slips
kecepit.
through as Patman. Are they aware of this one? I
Anjing,
mean,
Patman-nya
it's
bisa
under
nyelip.
orange instead of through the tube.
Aduh!
Looks like Cushy a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
What do you want to
Waduh,
watch
Jemkin
out
yang
for is
kecepit.
Jemkin,
Anjing, ini
though.
posisi jelek
Up
banget
around
lagi.
yellow. He gets discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right
Aish,
timing.
kan nyelip
And it's the
anjing.
kill into the site.
Wow.
Jemkin silenced. Not a single peep. Xfaro, the only one left, and he's
Wah,
opting
Ascent
to go
seru
through
sih kalau emang kejadian
kitchen.
sih. Bangsat,
Patman's
bangsat.
still in position, so
Can he cook something here, Quack?
Emang like-nya separah itu ya
does he have
YouTube
the
ya?
ingredients right now?
Emang like-nya YouTube
Nothing
separah itu ya,
found.
chat?
It's Petman who does the foraging instead. 10-3, PaperX might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PaperX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so more needed to push us into that 5th and final map for this one in Ascent. A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit is going to look like for Rrq if they decide that they need to force into the next round.
Pasti
I mean,
kontol.
there's no, plant that
Aduh,
goes down
Kus
for
nggak
PaperX,
main,
but
Jing.
there's
Kus
no
skillnya cuma
damage that
2,
comes
ya
through from
Allah.
Rrq.
Tuhan Yesus.
So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be Rrq, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. PaperX trying to send out some Bombardinos, but it's going to be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something, trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, Rrq not truly able to find out too much until Cushy answers back, but with the submachine guns, PaperX are
Gimana
still
nih?
able
Nggak ada duit buat
to
beli
deliver.
OP, cok.
Yeah, there was a
Ngantuk,
Spectre
anjing,
in front of
sumpah.
something there, but
Duh,
missed
ya
one of the
Allah.
boys, so didn't pick that one up.
Udah berapa
Gonna be
jam
back
ini
down
anjing?
onto
Udah
the
4 jam,
stinger.
udah setengah 7
Can be
anjing.
the little things that
What
come
the
through,
fuck, yo?
but you never really know, right? The heat of the
Anjing.
moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for Rrq. Down to a Bulldog 4 crazy guy. Almost feel like they have to cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. PaperX feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position. Got to be cared for.
Beginning to turn back around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking in front. You also have Cushy continuing to push out from pipes, but quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark Patman. PaperX then, they have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for the timing, isn't it?
Kingdom nonton MPL aja, iya nih bingung kalau jadi fans Rrq itu soalnya divisi kita banyak banget coy, terus jago semua lagi. Anjing.
March into sight. There's only
Banyak
Monyet
pilihan.
left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something though. But do you know
Sorry
where
dah kalau
Patman
kita
is?
banyak
Do
divisi
you know
dan
about
semuanya
the
lagi di
pat signal in
final.
the
Sorry
skies?
banget.
Patman oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet gets the flick until Patman once again just silences out the night.
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1s, Dryce over. Could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going PaperX's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more awakened on this map of Icebox at the moment. It would take a bit of a beast takeover on Rrq's side to have a comeback come forward here.
Oh man.
So we just further extend the map potentially with this timeout to come through from Rrq. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
It's gonna take a
Bentar ya,
whole
lagi
lot,
sibuk
though.
bentar ya. Kemarin lu bilang Icebox Rrq bagus. Emang bagus anjing.
Brought
Baru
themselves
kemarin
this far,
kalah kan
Komodo.
kita.
I mean, we started things off not too hot.
I mean,
you've had 2 OT wins.
Look at it from the outside, right? PaperX map number 1, 13-2. 2 OT wins for Rrq where PaperX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map, potentially 13-3.
You take those. Also smiles across the board for
habis bensin gua.
PaperX.
Well, you'd hope so.
Habis bensin gua,
You
cek.
just hope that they don't falter
man.
here and it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PaperX to re-get the chance at a trophy, for Rrq for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now,
a little scary.
neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. Rrq, this map might have been like this, but still.
Lihat baru pada keluar lagi, lihat baru pada keluar lagi, lihat.
They can find.
Lihat baru pada keluar
Nobody
lagi.
is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting
Baru pada
that I'm
keluar
talking
lagi,
about
lihat.
a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive in.
Baru
You can
pada-
see that
baru
no
pada
one's
keluar
home,
lagi, lihat.
no turret, watching the normal cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A side.
Lihat,
Now it's
baru pada
cemented in
keluar
stone
lagi.
with the stealth drone not seeing anything. Get your rotations towards B because Rrq need the bodies here
Ya
to fight.
Allah, ya Allah.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an
Nongolnya
alt.
pas lagi kayak begini doang, anjing. Di malu
Something that
banget.
would be paramount. You've bought some time. You've
Lihat, baru
noted the
keluar lagi.
positions. You know exactly where PaperX are.
Aduh, kasihan
Can you
banget
deliver
sih.
though? The angle,
Emang kagak, makanya kayak.
unfortunately, not quite
Aduh, ya
favoring
Allah,
Cushy
ya
for
Allah.
now as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe
Streamer
corner
ada
for
banyak.
surveying with the drone.
Nyari
Sevels, though,
perhatiannya ke streamer
it
orang,
allows
anjing.
for
Kasihan
Rrq to
banget.
begin their forward march. The screen up, and it lets Forsaken
Wah,
sneak up behind.
dang!
He's infiltrated their backs.
Ampun!
Jing pushing up as well.
Wah,
Nanoswarm
Ascent, Jok.
with a flick onto Jemkin. It's just Xfero who unfortunately will collapse.
Kontrol!
The
Okay,
fourth
empty
map,
the boys.
and it ends with a 13-3 scoreline. Ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series.
That's just a commanding victory to come through from PaperX, isn't it, on this map? A much better idea, a much better cohesive look for them. And just time and time again, Rrq backwards and forwards with guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PaperX this time in this map. The pistols in the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of the eventual 13. But my, oh my, Rrq, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PaperX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand final? One of the older maps of Valorant to give us the true test.
Yeah, you're so close that you can nearly taste it, but of course, this is the VCT Pacific lower finals. This is Valorant, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
Back to Ascent indeed, because we are going to a map 5. The score is tied 2-2 between Rrq and Paper.Rrq. And you just look at that scoreline there. Paper.Rrq, they are on a roll. I think this is really more of what how Paper.Rrq snowball and how they steamroll most teams rather than what Rrq did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Paper.Rrq has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. Rrq barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for Paper.Rrq. So it really feels like when Paper.Rrq is locking in, they're proving they're kind of the better team of these two. Icebox definitely not going the way that Rrq would have wanted, and Paper.Rrq really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this Paper.Rrq comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again.
Yeah.
Rrq didn't even start the play. The only rounds they got across the board really were those big individual moments like we saw Monyet light up to get those clutches. But past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say I'm worried for Rrq heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think Rrq need to rework this comp, to be honest. Like, I haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something like that. Maybe Xpero on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For Prrq, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for Prrq, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for Prrq. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in, like, the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where, for me, it seems like all of Paper.Rrq are on almost all the time, but for Rrq, they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay, guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of Rrq, you kind of wonder where this game plan was. Because again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing op kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like, we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think something a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this first of all though is you see a timeout come out here for Rrq. It actually allows Prrq to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game Prrq played on this map from Jing, but you could see Pit over on the A side, and Rrq, at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-play around, and when they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the op, which is something he's been
Pokoknya kalau gue lagi nggak ada pikiran apa-apa gitu loh, gue lagi sibuk,
and that consistent holding of the line.
Itu nggak sendawa-sendawa kayak gini.
I think a lot of teams,
kalau gue lagi sibuk,
misalkan
gue lagi ada kerjaan gitu atau gue lagi olahraga, ini nggak ada nih yang kayak begini-begini nih. Cuman kalau gue lagi nggak ngapa-ngapain, lagi chill lah. Begitu mulu gue. Kalau nggak berhenti bisa asam lambung, sumpah mati lu.
Why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for Rrq right now. Jemkin, as a duelist, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump, have good movement and things like that, and that just slows down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have, and really lighting up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PaperX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball.
Perkara
You know, we
satu
had
shot kira.
Patman with
Gua
some
nggak minum
amazing
pun
plays on Icebox.
sendawa-sendawa
I'm
terus,
so
tau nggak?
happy to see his Viper really come
Tapi
online here on the
masalahnya
Pacific
nggak
stage.
sakit.
By the way, some
Gua
of the
nggak
most
ngerasa perut gua
memorable
sakit.
games that I remember from Patman way back
Stres
home
bisa
in the big
menyebabkan asam
challengers
lambung
were
juga,
him
serius
on
lu.
Viper. So I think going into this next
Serius
map, momentum is in favor of PaperX right now, but Rrq, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on Ascent to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. Rrq have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1,
Nah,
you saw them
sendawanya nggak ada
with this
baunya
double
sih.
init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to
Cuman
play it. They
emang
looked
kayak
very nice on it.
Gua nggak
Over on
ngerasa
the side
perut
of
gua
PRX,
kembung,
I
gua nggak
thought that
ngerasa
their
perut
double
gua
init
sakit.
with the KO
Cuman
fade was
kayak
gonna
misalkan
kind of be
aku
a
sendawa,
hard read
itu bisa
into
gua
boom
keluarin tuh.
initially, but they've
Ngerti
continued
nggak
to
sih?
play it, and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I
Nggak
like
enak,
what
sumpah.
PaperX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it is
Rrq kalah tuh bisa bikin asam lambung juga nggak, Chet?
Rrq playing that kind of modern meta comp. But again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the server as well. It's his signature agent for me. Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a side or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PaperX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PaperX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this. On finals, they are veterans on that final stage. And for Rrq, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time Rrq played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PaperX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, they've been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The Rrq guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sovateo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PaperX just getting active and getting in the face of Rrq early on here.
Yeah, if you're Rrq starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful for that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in Rrq, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
And this is what it all comes down to. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same. Down to Ascent, where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right? We've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today. With an extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Conclave, a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to
all
this.
The single ladies, if you'd like to go for a movie date, you hit me up, okay?
Kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something. He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet, though, then to hold, especially with the smoke being propped up.
You got to see Rrq get a pistol round here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it will be well worth its weight in gold. Test towards Divine now.
Nail every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent shit damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well. Oh, a crazy guy that he's holding down spawn, playing a really late flank position.
Wah, crazy guy nggak jelas anjing sumpah. Crazy guy nggak jelas anjing posisinya, lihat ngapain dia di situ anjing.
What? He's killed Patman.
What?
Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility.
Kenapa nge-add-nya Yasmin? Kenapa nge-add-nya Yasmin? Kenapa nge-add Yasmin tuh?
Forsaken trying to work his way around.
Don't fuck this one up, Rrq. Don't fuck this one up.
Sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13 HP. A tough fight. He will still continue to hold, though, possibly to allow them to expire into the spike, find more ult points. There it is, but the pistol round over to Rrq.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not
Let's
able
go,
to
chat. Let's go, chat.
Corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Devi's utility. Who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, Rrq had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talent. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going Rrq's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it. Courtesy of Forsaken.
Minum lausan tambah adem sari bubuk. Kemarin gue kayak gini juga. Gue kayak udah 3 minggu terakhir deh kayak begini.
The gate crash as well just continues to elude something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be aware of this one? There's no Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's 2 of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will.
Jangan over. Ah, kan bener. Lu smoke, ngontol.
Can he get anything more? He's looking at the right location. Oh, just the timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know Rrq are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
The door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
Manja sih ini chat.
It's just going to play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just
is
so unbelievably patient. Jemkin
manja banget sih, ini manja parah sih.
As well,
Chat, ini manja banget sih.
And something it might have brought up the
Chat,
Outlaw,
ini manja nggak sih menurut lu?
Able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what
Kata-kata hari
like
ini,
coming
Son.
towards the bonus round now. Rrq holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we're waiting to see coming towards something's hands. Get that activated nice and early on the defender side. You'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from Rrq.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be
remember, chat. Dick by dick, okay? Yeah, dick by dick.
Immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash play come through. Patman's only got 1 flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities. 3 scanned. Ooh. Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we do even see Rrq go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Jangan lupa di like dulu.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
He's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play when you're on a bonus, but gonna think better of it. Rrq
taking their time with it. And this is where, as PaperX, you're also possibly thinking about Crazy Guy on a lurk again. I mean, that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as PaperX that you got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear, and this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
Finds the double! Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just Forsaken being able to bring Rrq to a stop. Still, though, decent kills, and Xfero will make his way into the site. I'm
surprised Divided didn't pop them early, to be honest with you.
Mahal kita sih.
Thorns.
Spike. Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2.
Mahal kita sih, jadiin mahal kita sih.
Yet slowly arriving on scene, and Xfero doing his darndest to hold it from both houses.
Nice
Both
flash,
players
nice
from
flash,
PaperX
go!
still
Let's
pinned down,
go!
and with that flash, all of a
Let's
sudden,
fucking go!
their sight's been robbed. Rrq with the bonus.
Yeah, there's a bit of disconnection from PaperX, it feels like there. When you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to stave off any aggression, you're not arc-rosing early as well as Divide. And when you're eventually getting in towards the side itself as well, you paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xfero, catching
bagus
Patman
banget
just
paranoia
jumping
Cahya
across,
sih.
and it's a better
Bagus
paranoia that
banget
comes through from
paranoia
Monjet,
Cahya
who's
sih.
playing the flanking angle, shifting towards
Paranoia
it.
Cahya sih.
That's a great bonus conversion to come through from Rrq, immediately called for a timeout as PaperX, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PaperX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monjet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monjet, and it's definitely something that PaperX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for PaperX. Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
It's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as PaperX. The other 2 maps you've smacked Rrq. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of
Crazy Guy itu ya karena dia mainnya left flank terus. Jadinya Jadinya nyebelin anjing, lu gak pernah tahu ini Tehonya ada di mana, Cok.
Not the full flash to come out, now the information with the hat removed.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but baited. That's what that clone does.
Yep, good counter. Always going to be a thing.
Wah, manja
the
sih
flash
ini sih.
baited as well, and then Rrq with the ground calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a second kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. Rrq with the spike plant. PaperX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more.
Do not throw.
Jing.
I repeat, do not throw.
Trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up.
Yeah.
Rrq 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here, when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in for something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full
Dick by
potency.
dick, walk the talk.
So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well. Now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out. But they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the fort of mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
God. If you're PaperX,
he didn't see the corner.
Really uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, doesn't matter though.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter Sphere as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing, though, is the off angle that Chemkin is holding, and he springs out at the right time. Still, though, something manages to eliminate Monyet, which allows for the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Petman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more. Defy only good for one, and Rrq will trade themselves into another round win.
Yeah, PaperX just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Kushi are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PaperX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time.
Please.
Now it's a 5th round for Rrq on this attacking
Gue cuma
side.
pengen FN1 menderita hari ini, sumpah nggak bohong gue nggak pengen yang lain.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th
I
as
just
well,
want
unless
that.
we see a Thrifty come through for PaperX,
Please.
get the B main control.
Make that happen.
Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. Rrq, meanwhile, are just happy to rush it over onto the A side where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over Rrq. It's Crazy Guy in the corner. And PaperX has no earthly clue. A quad kill pulled out from nowhere. And it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a seize that goes in there as well. And something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill, right? If those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PaperX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for Rrq. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PaperX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still, though, the site relegated, and Rrq will plant their flag firmly down.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with the plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy, though. And it just blocks everything off. PaperX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Chemkin gets out of dodge, straight back into Wine. PaperX, they have some numbers, though.
Posisinya David prime banget
Still
sih.
trying to find the shots. Patman
Posisinya
dodges the
David
shot
prime sih.
through, and it's Xfero now off from the top of hell, and PaperX have noted his position. The numbers front back once again.
Absolutely needed from PaperX here to have
bisa nahan.
Wow, 111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax.
Using those
ultinya kok kecepatan sih menurut gue itu kalau ulti. Kenapa dia nggak ulti Heaven-nya aja ya? Oh, teman-temannya pada di Heaven sih. Aduh, pada di Hell. Kalau ultinya Heaven mantep tuh.
Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half. As Rrq build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time. And see what the differences look like from PaperX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just going to make him feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Or to at least alleviate a possible lurk.
Yeah, needs to call for his team to smoke out middle so he can get out of dodge.
Focus up.
0 point is going to buy some time. Drone not spotting too much. But this is the mid-rounding for Rrq. If they do pivot towards
Emang
B,
kalian ada yang nonton Free Fire ya, Chat?
something's going to be holding the offline. Does he get the Spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwinds?
I think he's going to mark for B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him. And with this slower approach from Rrq, the drone's going to give away the info. So he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy Guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something, does he know that they are that close? It's a
Oh, the decoy.
clone, it's a haunt as well, and Jemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. He snuck himself in towards the logs, but the duels start to come out in the trades as well.
And it's Forsaken with a little bit more commitment all the way up from spawn! Triple kill, and it just mows every single Rrq player as they try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? PaperX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the fights this time? Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. But Patman through the smoke, a great flash drive, great shots to come through. Come on, give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He needs more rounds before he truly hypes up, but
for sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman. Always Hughes still in the lead.
Always seeing the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for Rrq? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
Sampai ekonominya lari dong nih anjing.
Also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken. Aware to check with the Prowler, sees as well the flash just to push Jemkin away.
Nice banget.
Oh, this is the spike down bottom mid. So either you're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B site where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Door shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot you would assume.
But too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone. Crazy guys to market back as well, and just buys further time. Rrq will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PaperX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just
Wow, 111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax.
Trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? Rrq still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the Arc Rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double peek. Defy, unfortunately, not able to contend, and Rrq right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that Rrq have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from Rrq. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently in approach. PaperX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again, so the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Patman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PaperX, but dimensional drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for Rrq, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter Spirit. Completely flushes PaperX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated, and it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but PaperX continues to try to spray themselves forward until they're gonna have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. PaperX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from Rrq when you've got that dimensional drift. How often does that just be, you know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury? You've got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as PaperX there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 ults, but it gives them a much crucial round. Rrq now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PaperX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for PaperX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the
Wow,
map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4,
dari
right?
XX Kantor.
In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for Rrq working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from Paper X Quack? We've seen B-main control upon B-main control, getting either the operator on the line or
please.
You know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If Rrq are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. Rrq being able to toy with Paper X in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where Rrq is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's Paper X that have to make the comeback real, right? It's always been Rrq that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards me main, and Xfero dispatches of Forsaken. The Hunters on point, something as well.
Just when I thought Paper X was equipped for this round,
Another
they
one,
immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because Rrq has swarmed the site.
Do you even consider a save again? 2 versus 4.
Orang bisa serius nggak? Gue mau dicengin sama Wilson nih.
Not the greatest weapon. There's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well. Jing, he's been spotted. Xer beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still though, running out of ammo now. The time working against him. He swapped to a weapon, and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe. Very well, maybe. That's the timeout, the Paper X call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, B-main controllers I'm speaking about, Paper X have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for Rrq. The money in shambles.
Let's go, lads.
Digging
Let's
deep
go,
in
lads.
towards your pocket.
Let's
It's
go,
not the
lads.
worst for Paper X.
Let's
Vandals,
go.
Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null
Wow,
commanding at the right time,
111.111 dari XX.
This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to
Cong udah bisa ulti
Rrq.
lagi, Cong.
Forsaken taking his time around B-main as well. He just sent a Haunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some
Fake,
prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business. I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall into its B. Forsaken trying to do his best to hold it down. The burst is great. Defy as well up from backside. And it's just crazy guy. The late lurk this time completely dismantled. But he will still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off though. So it's not a 10-2. Paper X able to scratch one right back against Rrq.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? Paper X gonna have the blessings go their way in this one because so far Rrq have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map, and just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra. They drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. And at least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
I mean, we do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke, and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement,
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go and entry if you play Duelist. Go and smoke if you play Controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PaperX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by Rrq. Now they're on the defense.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
PaperX need it.
If
Regardless.
Rrq get the pistol.
If Rrq get the pistol, then this could be over.
Well, we'll see. How nervous are PaperX coming in towards this pistol? And they shrug it off going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PaperX clearing out A little bit. Begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards switch as well in case we have something fast from or something.
Oh, and the 3 from Rrq. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PaperX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being Rrq have 4 here.
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well.
There's the
trip around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. To buy, though, the trades have to be good, and PaperX just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Back to the safety.
They got to get the plant in the
Wow,
salvos.
111.111 dari XX Kantor Bola.
It's not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just Crazy Guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. It just lets time reset just a bit.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose
12
their
pelor nih, Kong.
lives. They
Nggak ada
are.
rencana ganti senjata dulu,
guy.
Kong. Kong,
Does he
6
have
pelor,
the
Kong.
shots,
Aduh.
though? Just the head onto Petman. And Forsaken with the crouch. The high-low still supports PaperX.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot, the Ghost Bullet, does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PaperX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power of the reads. The fact that PaperX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up.
Awkward.
Back into B.
Awkward team flash, what could have been? Anti-flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But, hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PaperX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols, though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks, though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by Logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here. He's going to have all the utility go his way. Fragment and Thorns.
The spams just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos, though, but then PaperX once again with a full arsenal, just happy to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is where we get the guns in possession for Rrq, and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half
Wow,
has on this game,
111.111
right?
dari XX Kantor Bolax. Pesan, kantor.
They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for PaperX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for Rrq, right? How long does it take them to recognize what PaperX are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are PaperX really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. PaperX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for Rrq as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information. though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards the A site where his locale is anyway. So it currently would be a retake scenario if PaperX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy. Again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough...
0 Point is calling for a rotate with Tree not occupied in its entirety. Crazy Guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it may very well be a bit of a retake scenario.
PaperX have managed to slip through. What a lineup from Patman. The trip being noted as well. Device slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done. Watching for the angles though. The door's been broken. Devi, oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault, but Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being sent through by the Omen, and it's just Patman trying to receive contact, but Rrq proves to be overwhelming.
Bonus round going the way of Rrq. They came into it with a better gun, so PaperX only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for Rrq. They're just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xfero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team to back him up as well. Trade's working out a treat, holding numbers advantages. Now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from PaperX, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How stellar has Rrq been when that ability is in play?
Especially for a potential retake. PaperX though, position, a quick Nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Ooh, almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PaperX breaking their way into the A site. The Odin eliminating Forsaken. Devi back in though, but not able to take out Crazy Guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from A main and PaperX out of position. Cushy for the kill. It's a double that ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash to come out at the end from Jemkin as well. Patman completely blinded. No, actually, Jemkin's got his 2. It's a self-blind.
You failed. Now.
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info utility and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11-5 now, Komodo. They're running out of chances, and this could be Rrq's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot on the
111.111 dari XX Kantor.
Then for the trips to come back in online, PaperX trying to recover.
Vamonos.
They just see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PaperX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of Rrq is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet, try and find
They cannot do shit,
damage
lads.
done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PaperX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would have been great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely, up through mid, 45 seconds. Haunt to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from Rrq as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades takes down Jemkin. Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken. Another kill onto something. Crazy Guy, the IGL leading from the front.
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at them all stacked up inside a spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be
111.111 dari XX Kantor Bolax. Pesan, Kantor Bas 9.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for PaperX to win. It feels like 12-5 series point. What does Pilski know that we do not? Rrq weathering through 4 maps here, 2 victories in overtime, 2 clean ones from Prx. Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7 series points.
And it's just way too much for Prx to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xfero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there. Weathering through the suppression. They'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy guy as well, marking tree. Prx though, that's not their true final destination.
No, not at all. They do want to pivot straight towards this B side though. It might be another retake angle to come through from Rrq, because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is 1 more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, null command though for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. But some peeks out from spawn now, and they know exactly where Patman is. He will just go in guns blazing though. Just single kill, but traded out by Monyet.
Oh, this lurk.
Something up from the back, and he finds the double necessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. Prx will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack. The Steel Garden and the Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one. You flip it over, and Rrq, we've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for Rrq to get into that grand final for a rematch against Gen G. Affording a timeout now. Prx needed this timeout. They need the opportunity to talk things through, because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half, after round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that Rrq deploy one here, have a conversation early, is a bit of a blessing for Prx.
A double-edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. Prx need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering and what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early. Finding an isolated duel little by little could be monstrous right now. I mean, talk about it as well. Crazy guy currently up on the kills there with 16 with Jemkin.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight robbery.
Ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. Prx trying to dance around it.
They do successfully. But losing something, that's your duelist, your opener. Is that 1 of 5 down for the count to seal the deal here? Rotations already from Rrq to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed. Not really noting too much across the map neither, so.
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of Prx here. Keep you at the right location. A paranoia ready to rip from Monyet.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy guy to stall the push with the salvos. And Prx has no recourse but to continue pushing.
Let's go!
Jing down and out. And the rest of Prx continue up front. Still though, Rrq have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though. You gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Patman trades up. And it's just Xfero trying to sneak on over. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Patman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xfero has derailed the Prx Express. We've brought this to almost every destination. And down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes. An incredible first half. And RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to PaperX in this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go. Everyone's favorite meme at the moment, track by track. But at the end, they still made it to Toronto. They'll come in with the 3rd seed. But it is RRQ here that get the glory, that get the victory, that get the opportunity. One more series tomorrow to try and lift that trophy. This time here, we didn't have a fist bump in the beginning, Quack, but you know that there's fist bumps at the end here because it's RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, they get that chance again to the grand final against Gen G tomorrow.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity been eluded for RRQ? 3 years, they brought in Crazy Guy now, and what a map he's called on Ascent.
100%.
Why so quiet, my Prex?
I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like tomorrow for these guys in that rematch because they didn't really deliver too much in the previous series, remember? They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here, despite the fact that it took 2 slog maps on their overtime.
Hard-fought and well-deserved win. It's going to be RRQ facing Gen G tomorrow in the grand finals. Congratulations, guys.
Mamon aku Rex Regum Keon, lads. Come on.
Number 7, Mike. Alright. 네, Rrq 잼킨 선수 그리고 이වක් 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아, 정말 치열했던 하루였습니다. 먼저 경기 마친 기분이 어떤지부터 물어보고 싶은데요. 워낙 이제 프랜차이즈 리그 출범 이후로 다전제는 처음 치렀는데 걱정은 없었는지 지금 승리한 기분은 어떤지 잼킨 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, guys. I mean, how crazy was that series, Jemkin? Your first best of 5s in the Pacific League.
That was actually a crazy game. We lost 2 maps, like 13-3, 13-2. 2 maps we won was all time. I don't know. Somehow we win them. Like maybe we got lucky, maybe they, maybe I don't know. They got unlucky, but in the end it was a very nice game.
아 진짜 오늘 경기 정말 미친 것 같다고 얘기를 하고 2맵을 내주게 됐는데 진짜 대패해가지고 나머지 3개 이긴 게 너무 좋고 어떻게 그렇게 졌는지 잘 모르겠고 뭐 페이퍼렉스도 좋은 경기를 펼쳐줬는데 그래도 이제 마지막까지 이겨내고 승리할 수 있어서 너무 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 합니다. 이어서 이වක් 감독님도 RRQ 이제 퍼시픽 첫 결승 진출에 성공했거든요. 정말 오랫동안 간절히 바랬던 순간일 것 같은데 지금 어떤 심정인지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. 이වක්, it's going to be RRQ's first ever appearance in the Pacific Grand Finals. I know you've been working so hard for so long for this moment. So, you know, how does it feel? Unreal?
Feels like it's time for revenge against Gen G. I think it's been a long time coming. We played really poorly yesterday. Even today, at times, we looked really bad. But I'm really proud of the guys in terms of how we fought back. Really
kalau PaperX menang, easy itu finalnya.
So I think happy overall with how the mental side was.
먼저 이 젠지에게 복수할 시간이 다가온 것 같다라는 생각이 가장 먼저 든다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 어제 또 조금 삐그덕거린 느낌이 없지 않아 있었지만 그래도 오늘 선수들이 정말 멘탈 관리도 잘 해줬고 그리고 끝까지 너무너무 잘해줘서 특히나 마지막 어센트에서 너무나도 잘해준 것 같아서 참 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 오늘 첫 번째 맵 프랙처를
Aran tinggal balasnya kan gue nggak main, ya nggak salah sih.
못했잖아요. 크게 내줬는데 빠르게 멘탈을 다잡았습니다. 좀 어떤 얘기가 있었는지 여쭤보고 싶네요. I mean,
Hello, Epen1.
Went back and forth.
Are you
but,
okay?
You know, mentality is pretty much important. It's crucial when it comes to the best of 5s. And you guys had that huge loss, right? To start with, starting on the back foot. So, you know, what did you tell the guys to make sure that they were able to reset the mentality?
Oh, we've prepared since.
Gila yang kita coy buat nyampe final ini ya. Yang kita kalahin tuh gila-gila loh. Yang kita kalahin T1, DRX, PaperX. Kita ngalahin juara kick off, kita ngalahin juara Masters Bangkok. Ya, PaperX, ya PaperX. Kita gila coy.
워낙 지난주부터 그냥 5개의 맵을 모두 플레이할 각오로 임했기 때문에 멘탈적으로도 좀 준비가 됐었고, 그리고 첫 번째 맵 내준다고 해서 크게 뭐 승부에 지장이 가는 건 아니다라는 마음가짐으로 임했다고 얘기를 하고요. 첫 번째 맵에서는 뭔가 손도 안 풀려서 총도 제대로 못 쏜 것 같고, 또 뇌도 이제 뇌를 일깨울 시간이 더 필요했던 것 같은데, 그래도 좀 멘탈적으로 이 다전제에 좀 준비를 많이 했기 때문에 오늘의 승리가 있었던 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 자, 그러면 잼킨 선수 또 펄이 오늘의 첫 번째 승부처가 아니었나 싶은데, 펄에서 0.03초 해체로 인해서 스노우볼이 많이 굴러갔고, 어쨌든 결과적으로 보면 어센트까지 경기를 끌고 갈 수 있었던 거거든요. 그 0.03초 심정은 어땠는지 궁금합니다. I feel like having Pearl under your belt was pretty much very important when you look across the whole series, what happened today. And I think a lot of the momentum kind of swung your way after that .03 defuse. So what was it like just watching Xfero defusing it?
To be honest, I think no time, something like that. We didn't know that, but somehow I defused to have it before that, and Xfero had time, like 0.3 seconds, so I guess we got a little bit lucky with that.
Were you happy?
Yeah, because we don't need to play qualification.
일단은 진짜 그 해체하는 순간에 시간 없을 것 같은데라고 얘기를 했는데, 뭐 어떻게 된 건지 모르게 갑자기 해체가 완성이 되고 그 라운드를 이겼기 때문에 너무 기뻤고, 많은 것들이 달려있던 경기였고 맵이었기 때문에.
Final untuk pertama kalinya.
Ya udah sih. Biasa aja. Nggak peduli. Cuma senangnya akhirnya bisa ngalahin Prx sih, karena gue udah dari 2023 gue nggak pernah menang lawan Prx, dan akhirnya pertama kali gue menang lawan mereka.
Nggak pernah menang lawan Prx, sempat bergabung, pisah lagi, akhirnya menang.
Gila banget sih Cahaya ya, keren banget.
Thank you.
Kok cuma ada yang tanya?
Tapi berarti so far lawan terberat menurut lu kan sekarang udah nyampe grand final.
Ada orang-orangan gue nih.
Lu kan udah ngelewatin banyak banget lawan-lawan lu lah. Berarti menurut lu lawan paling berat sekarang masih Genji kah, Cah?
Masih Genji.
Masih Genji ya?
Cah, spill dikit. Kenapa Genji sesusah itu? Kenapa Genji sesusah
itu?
Kenapa Genji menurut pandangan lu, Cah? Nggak usah banyak-banyak, dikit aja.
Karena mereka masking buat utility-nya bagus, terus conditioning mereka juga bagus yang bikin mereka susah buat dilawan gitu loh. Kayak mungkin kalau lu lihat jadi spektator kayak gampang gitu ngeliatnya, cuma kalau kita lagi main itu susah kayak nge-identify.
Kenapa nih audionya? Jen, gue percaya kata-kata lu yang kemarin Sabtu turun lower terus bantai-bantai, Minggu angkat piala. Itu loh maksud gue. Itu loh maksud gue, bro. Come on, man. Itu loh maksud gue. Aman aja, kita turun, kita sikatin juga. Karena soalnya kayak, ini yang lain pada kagak bisa nyikat ya. Kita deh yang sikatin. Gitu. Itu loh maksud gue. Ini audionya kenapa sih? Oke. Chat. You know what this means? One more to get the first trophy. One more. One more.
Di MPL 2-0 di VCT udah ketoran tuh bisa keriat. Itu yang Rrq satu lagi tuh mending bakar aja tuh bajunya.
Wet.
Cuek.
Jangan sampai dibakar, jangan dibakar. Tapi cuek. Thank you ya buat donation-nya. Muah. Thumbnail curse strikes again. No thumbnail, no win. Gila, masih 100% anjing.
Yeah, boy.
Masih 100% thumbnail gua, gila. Tomorrow we get the first dubs, okay? Udah gue bilang, gue tuh feeling gue tuh lagi kuat banget. Coy, seminggu kebelakangan ini feeling gue tuh kuat banget. Gue gak tahu kenapa dah. Feeling gue tuh kuat banget. Udah gue bilang kan di awal tadi, feeling gue tuh kemarin kalah, hari ini menang. Dan gue feeling besok menang, sumpah. Gue feeling banget besok menang, gue gak bohong. Feeling gue besok menang. Alright chat, I think that's all for today. Thank you so much for all the supports towards Rrq. Thank you so much for being here with me. Tomorrow, we still have another stream coming, yes? Posko kemenangan adalah kunci, itu dia loh bro. Tomorrow we still have another match to watch. Let's give 100% for them, okay? We get the first trophy ever in VCT Pacific for Rrq. Let's go lads. Let's go lads. One more. It's not over. Gue gak bakal nangis buat Rrq kalau kita belum menang. Belum. Besok kalau menang mungkin nangis. Tapi kalau sekarang masih belum. Until we get that trophy, my tears will not go out. Okay? Not a single tears drop until we get that first trophy, okay?
Yeah,
Alright chat, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest, have a good weekend. See you tomorrow. Bye.